She did her best to ignore the sounds of combat going on around her as she worked to treat the injured enchanters as fast as she could, only keeping a side eye out for anything flying through the skies towards them as she pushed herself to heal broken bones, stitch together skin, and stop any internal bleeding she could find to ensure everyone that was meant to be in her care survived through what had occurred. When the demon's attack got through, she had failed, plain and simple. While she and many others had been placed there specifically to ensure the safety and the weapon, she was the only one who had been equipped to stop the strike, and her lapse in judgment had kept her from doing anything that could have potentially helped. Only as it lay as rubble on the ground that she realized the rare skill the creature had deployed against them. Magic nullification. The skill had to have been imbued in the very rocks that were thrown to let them bypass any potential barrier, and leaving her powerless to stop them as they came since she'd only reached out to them, trusting her supply would be enough when what she should have done was throw something in their path to physically block it instead of just believing in herself. But it's too late now. There was no point in regret. Now all she could do was fight the wave that was sure to break through sooner than later, doing whatever she could to keep even one more demon from spreading out into the world. And once she was sure the woman she was working on wasn't going to die, she moved to ensure she got the necessary help in that, rushing back to her aunt's side to treat her uncle. She didn't need to ask how he was. She could see it plain enough. While she'd worked to treat the major damage when she'd gotten to him before helping the others, there was still more. Shards of metal and stone buried under his flesh that she ripped out with her magic before closing the wounds with other spells, trying to increase his vitality as much as she could while helping to reduce the less obvious signs of damage going on beneath the surface, needing him to be back in top shape as he eventually stirred, bring a large hand to his face. Ugh! Gods above, what happened? He grumbled the moment he could talk, her aunt throwing her arms around him as Thera went to explain. I couldn't stop an attack on the weapon and it's been destroyed. Guilt was thick in her voice as the feeling of failure threatened to crush her. But Falk only waved it away. If you couldn't stop it, then nobody here could have. Now what's the situation in the battle? She didn't know. Her thoughts had been too focused on healing until then, but helped him up to check as they all looked towards the invasion point, seeing the chaos and carnage that was spreading. To Falk and Sonia, they could see the fights going on, different groups trying not to collapse against the weight of the horde as they tried to hold their lines as long as they could to keep anything from breaking through, and they had the strength to keep it up. These were people who had trained and honed themselves under the effects of the system. Creatures that had been brought into it only seconds after coming for war didn't have the chance to grow under it and were being slaughtered, but a difference in skill was nothing against numbers. Even if a single person only died for every 100 demons, they still knew they wouldn't keep up. Thera was able to see even more than that though as she looked out, seeing the same thing that had been there since they'd arrived. The air was filled with spirits, each of them doing whatever they could, causing random spikes of earth to rise from the ground to impale some demons as others were burned or had their vitality drained. And that wasn't even looking at the acts of the light and life spirits, each putting all they had into healing what wounds they could, saving those who may otherwise have fallen without their intervention, letting them fight all of the longer. And even that wouldn't be enough. No amount of stories could have prepared them for the real thing, but with nothing else to be done, she held out her staff and began casting her spells. The first of which being earth healing, flooding the land with her mana to help those standing around her before ripping out giant chunks of ground to throw at the gate and watching as they came down, crushing everything unfortunate enough to be in their path. With her mana, even from afar she could sow a level of destruction unimaginable to most people, but it still wasn't enough to make a dent as her uncle fired his own attacks, though in a more controlled way as his death mana shot out. Bullets fired and aimed at wherever he could confidently strike as all of those fighting tried to hold out the best they could, all of them waiting for the eventual call to be made for them to return to their fortified bases, letting the beasts by while the launched more distant attacks from safer positions. Her heart was pounding at the futility of it all, feeling like the world was already lost, only for her uncle to raise a question that made it all worse. What happened to the boy? The instant the words left his lips, her head whipped around, trying to find him and coming up blank. The moment she let herself get distracted with her healing, she just assumed he was staying close by. But in all of the chaos around them he was nowhere to be seen as she felt her panic grow. If he was in danger, then the skills he could use were limited, and she didn't even know if he had brought a weapon with him. His entire point in joining having been to work on maintaining a machine that was no longer in a state where it could be saved. It was as she desperately looked around that his location was given away by a flash of light, pulling all eyes to not only the wreckage of the weapon, but Ben, standing there with a metal sphere in one hand as the other reached out towards the fry as a torrent of mana drew into him. One of his skills had awakened. She didn't know which one. She didn't care enough to guess with everything going on. The only thing she cared about was getting to him to drag him to whatever safety their group could provide, only to stop before her first step as she witnessed what began to happen around him. Everywhere in front of him, pebbles began rising in the air, not 1 or 2 or even 10, but thousands, until that next second they vanished in the blink of an eye, making her question what she'd even seen. Space magic? No, don't be stupid, Ben can't use space magic. But the ones he can use aren't geared for controlling things from a distance either. He can only kind of cheat it with a couple things. So what did he just do? The question was answered by turning her head slightly to the fight beyond them, where thousands of demon corpses that had been attacking only seconds later now laid. Bullets of earth firing out with his will at a fast enough speed to tear through anything that got in their way and to keep going from there. But his magic also can't do anything like that, at least normally, so did he just awaken it? If not, what the hell is happening to him? She felt her eyes pulled to the ball in his hand, the same unnatural feeling she'd gotten any time she'd looked at the weapon exuding from it, only for her attention to switch back to Ben with what he did next. In the seconds they all watched him after his skill awakened, trying to understand just what was happening. More and more earth was pulled from the ground, a constant volley that tore through the demons below faster than the eye could follow, with each shot expertly missing allies despite the sheer volume of attacks he was sending. But that wasn't all. Along with those shots was another cloud of dirt floating behind him, breaking into the finest dust and reforming into bigger masses again and again at a speed that made it look like the air was vibrating with the change before that stopped with the cloud of it taking shape into a dozen long poles, the bullets he was shooting still going as the first of his new weapons floated to his hand, lightly touching it as it did. The moment it happened it turned to dust again like he'd been doing before, but it wasn't just the pole. With a blank, empty expression he looked at the hand that had destroyed it as one of his magic rings crumbled to dust, before trying again with another and another. The same thing happening each time before he seemed to give up, letting the rest of them collapse to the ground as drips of blood began to fall from his eyelashes. "Ben!" Thera yelled, broken from her daze at what she was seeing as she tried to run to him, only stopped by the powerful arm that grabbed her. "Uncle, what are you doing?" In the face of her urgency, though, Fox spoke calmly. "Sonia, you go heal the boy. Thera, we've just got to trust he knows what he's doing, we have bigger problems." She looked to where he gestured, taking her eyes off Ben to see the battlefield, along with the army that had been between them and the invasion point falling under the assault. They weren't all dead and many were still fighting, but like many other locations, they'd been broken through, meaning the tide was coming for them. As much as she hated it, she understood what her uncle was saying as her aunt ran to do what he said, leaving the two of them to fight as Thera made a choice. With an onslaught of world-killing beasts coming their way, she didn't want a single one of them getting to Ben or her aunt. She wanted their entire focus, so she cast a dark spell, one that came more naturally to her than any other magic she could wield, yet one she hated with everything she had: charm. Since the dark mana she possessed within her was naturally so, she didn't even have to go to the trouble of applying the effect of it to cast it as a spell instead of the passive effect she normally dealt with. All she had to do was direct it, putting the force of her mana into drawing in each beast to bring them her way, not giving them the chance to think of going anywhere else, while as one the Horde's eyes locked onto her, every instinct they had making her their target as she pressed her staff to the ground the second they got close and activated her earth magic. With how fully she had their focus, each of them consumed by her near-maddening effect, even the ones behind her victims couldn't see what she was doing to the ones ahead. So extreme was their tunnel vision as the structure of the earth beneath them changed. The ground's density became thinner than water, making each of the monsters before her sink into its depths, unable to swim up in the strange situation as they drowned in the dirt. Of the few who escaped the powerful spells at play, her uncle handled with his magic, tearing the vitality from them and giving her the leeway to look at Ben. From the panic on her aunt's face to the growing amount of blood pouring from his own, she could only feel a grip on her heart from the fact that whatever Sonia was doing, it wasn't enough to make up for whatever he was putting his body through, but all fear turned to shock a second later. He was still standing there, hand outstretched as he fired off thousands of bullets of earth, as another change took place. For the second time that day, Ben's body exploded in light, dimmer than any other to the point that it could have been missed if she wasn't looking at him as it happened, yet still definitely there, and along with it came fist-sized spheres of stone. Over a dozen of them, with no two looking the same before they broke up and were fired off, only to be replaced with more. Not just stone this time, but metals and ice, something she'd have sworn was bone and materials she couldn't begin to guess the identity of as what he had to be doing snapped into place. The absolute impossibility of it almost making her deny her very eyes. Ben was materializing his mana. Forget the sheer difficulty of doing such a thing. Forget the fact that along with the power he was already showing, the volume he was creating was simply not something that could be done with his mana pool. What made it unbelievable was what he had to be using to do such a thing. Ben had no affinity magics, the type that the few people in the world who could manage that same insane spell had. What he did have was his material user skill, or whatever it had clearly just awakened to, meaning that everything he had just done had been accomplished with plain mana. If there was anything that was going to awaken a skill, it was going to be that, but it seemed that wasn't the end goal of him doing it, but the start, as he kept making more and more balls of materials, firing them off the instant after they came into creation before he finally stopped. Having achieved whatever he needed to as he created what had to be 20 head-sized metal spheres before expanding them all to an outrageous size, each as big as a carriage, and focusing on them once again. His face still unreadably empty before he shot them off in rapid succession. Each of them having a single target. As they traveled through the gate, all of the demons were flooding through. She didn't understand the point, but it seemed he'd gotten all he needed to from that as he repeated the process, making more and more as hundreds of them appeared and followed that same path, traveling through the gap between worlds until something that had never before occurred during any known invasion across hundreds of worlds took place. The gate vanished. For just a moment the battlefield stood still. Every soldier struggled to comprehend what they were seeing, as even the demons seemed to instinctually grasp that something had gone wrong. But whatever that may have meant didn't stop the fact that everyone there was still locked in a battle for their lives. They could look for answers after. Thera's own slaughter kept on going. But however Ben had managed to achieve what he did, he was clearly reaching beyond his limits. His body was beginning to break down on a scale similar to when Yuzu had filled him with her unrestrained power, and as a final act he made the last few large metal containers vanish as if they'd never existed to begin with before collapsing into her aunt's arms. All she wanted to do was run to him, to flood his body with her life-saving magic, but if she stopped what she was doing then more people would die. So she had no choice but to grit her teeth and trust in her aunt as Thera handled the rest she'd drawn in with her charm, hundreds more being killed before she could move to her real desire of doing whatever she needed to ensure he'd be fine. When he felt himself coming to consciousness, Ben thought he was going insane. He couldn't move, but that was a passing concern compared to the main problem. The noise. The constant, thundering noise that seemed designed to keep him from understanding anything as he was assaulted by the power of his own thoughts. It's so loud. It hurts. Is Thera okay? Myriad? Is everyone okay? Quiet. I was in a battle, then what? What was all that screaming? Sonia? Why is it so loud? Myriad, are you there? Am I really dead this time? I couldn't do anything. Couldn't help. Shut up, shut up, shut up. Oh. Where's Falk? Where's Thera? What's happening to me? Ben, if you can hear me, try to relax. A familiar voice said soothingly, setting off a brand new wave of noise. Myriad? Myriad? Where are you? What happened? The battle? My friends? Myriad? Why's it so loud? Why does it hurt so much? What's going on? Ben, I'm not positive if you can hear me, but I need you to listen carefully if you can. You're alive and everyone is fine. Thera, Sonia and Falk are safe. It's you we need to worry about right now, his god explained gently. I don't know if you're even aware of this, but you managed to awaken your connect and some other mind skills into 2 new ones. I need to keep my distance because it looks like the way connect changed lets you do it from a distance now, If you're not careful, you'll hurt yourself getting exposed to me. More important is the second one. I can't say for sure which one awakened and what combined with it when it did, but all of it is what you're currently experiencing. That noise is just your thoughts, Ben. I did what? Cool. Sweet. How thought. This sucks so much. Ugh. Really not liking this. Any chance you could cut the skill off my soul? Could be useful. Feels like I'm in hell. How am I supposed to deal with this? What about the battle? How am I supposed to live with this? How long has it been since I've eaten 'cause I'm starving? Sure would like to be able to move. How am I supposed to think like this? With everything going on in your head, I simply can't pull it all apart to figure out what you're trying to get across. It's like you're trying to think with 1,000 minds at once. For now, don't try to move, just try to relax. They're all your thoughts. You can control them. Just give it time. He didn't think he could, with a swarm of minds all saying as much. When he was at 32, it had felt like a lot. But what he was currently dealing with was outrageous. Like in the past, it wasn't like he'd suddenly gained alternate personalities. Every mind in his head was still him, connected at the root, but trying to manage them was the same as if he suddenly had hundreds of new limbs, each moving on their own at the slightest hint of stimulus and resulting in raw chaos. All right then, instead try this, Myriad suggested, able to pick up on the disbelief that he'd succeed in managing the change to him that filled Ben's thoughts as the god made a suggestion. Try your best to do as I say, all right? With every mind you have, pick a number between 1 and 100. He tried to do as suggested, wanting to trust the cube but not seeing the point, with that fact being clear as various whys echoed throughout his head as even more shouted numbers, with the answer becoming clear soon enough. If a mind did anything other than pick 22, start meditating immediately. It was a simple order, but one many of his minds responded to, having months of practice doing just that as they essentially shut down while only a few resisted at first, before seeming to understand the point as things grew quieter as they followed that same order, leaving him with only 17 active. It was less than he'd had access to before the change, but each of them felt far different from a typical mind. They felt broader in a way he didn't know how to properly express. If a normal mind was composed of 3 or 4 individual strands of thought, then what he currently had in each one felt like it was far surpassing that standard, being more like 8 or 10 but impossible to truly judge given that the nature of each strand seemed to have changed as well, almost as if they'd grown in length, with the end product being that was each mind was not a string, but a massive rope. He could no longer claim to think in a way that was remotely human, but at that point it was at least manageable as he was finally able to get up, the thing trapping him in place before being too many thoughts trying to act in too many different ways. With the hint of control he'd regained, letting him speak with his own voice. What happened? It was a question with a lot of implications behind it. What happened to him as his skills awakened? What happened to cause it? What happened to those he loved, and what happened to the battle as a whole, all of which Myriad swept away. Later. For now, we're focusing on you getting used to your new minds. You just experienced how debilitating the change in you is, Ben. If you want to be able to live, then we're focusing on this first. He wasn't going to argue. He'd thought the change his mind had gone through at the 8th level of parallel thought had been huge when his thoughts had split, but that was nothing compared to what he was currently dealing with. The only thing he had to be grateful for was that despite all odds, he didn't have a headache from it all, with the last edge of one he'd carried from leveling mental expansion and parallel thought gone as well. Which actually seems very, very wrong considering the damage that only 30 minds were doing to my brain and soul, but I'm sure I'll get an answer to that later. Alright, so what do I need to do? What you have to do is bear with me because there isn't even anyone I can ask for advice on this. No other mortal has dealt with this sort of change. Your only benefit is that since this is your skill and you have the system, you should be able to manage it like any other skill with some practice. The best idea I have is that you should try to mentally assign the ones you're currently using as your main minds for the time being so you can shut down any others if need be. Just take some time and focus on what you have active right now. Okay. All right. He did as he was told, sitting down and focusing entirely on the ones he could feel active, trying to create a divide between them and the ones simmering in the back of his head until he was confident he had them. Alright, now this part is going to be harder for you, but try and stop only a few from meditating. If you stop too many, then slowly try to switch more back to meditating till you can handle what's going on in your head. Okay. Okay. Once again he listened to his God, only to immediately want to retch as 100 voices filled his head. The thoughts he wasn't controlling overtaking the ones he was, as one by one they did what his God said, going back to meditate until he was left with 50 active and under his control. Jesus Christ, myriad. How many minds do I actually have now? He asked as he rubbed his temples, trying to keep his control over the ones he was currently using. I know there's a lot more going on in there than the ones that just went active. I honestly don't know, Ben. If you want to, I think your best bet is numbering them as you go, but for now, just get used to what you're using. Alright, I guess I'll give that a try. Can't be too many, right? Damn, 998. He was pretty sure it had taken him almost 24 straight hours of practicing and adapting with his God, growing more and more accustomed to the new state of his mind in that time and counting as he went, but by the time he had a final number he had to go back and check again, just to be sure he hadn't somehow added a few hundred by mistake. It's admittedly a lot. Understatement. How am I even functioning? How am I alive? There's no way my brain can handle all of this. Am I just some dead soul up here and you don't have the heart to tell me? He still didn't have perfect control of his thoughts and the sentiment was echoing around his head. But he could at least shut it down now as his God answered. You're alive, don't you worry about that. When I realized what was happening I discussed it with a few others and the best explanation we can come up with is that you're thinking like a god. Which means? It means that you're thinking with your soul. Which means? At that the cube sighed, coming forward now that the fear of Ben accidentally connecting with him was gone. It means exactly what it sounds like. You're aware that among other things, the soul is a record of the life you've lived. You're simply now engaging with that record in a far more active way. It's not exactly natural, Ben, but it won't harm you either. Hell, this was probably the only way it wouldn't harm you. It's genuinely impossible to properly express how shocking this change is. If I didn't know all of the skills you had that went into it, I'd honestly think you were someone with a third-tier mind skill. Has my mind really become that powerful? He asked in shock as Myriad went to knock him down a peg. More like it's become that freakish. Rude. 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 Wow, rude. Very rude. Rude. Talking like that to your suffering apostle? Rude. Rude. Yeah, I picked up on that, thanks, his God said dryly, before switching over to a more important topic as his tone took a serious edge. So how much do you actually remember? It was a topic Myriad had been avoiding up until then, but one he couldn't put off forever, so instead he ripped the Band-Aid off with Ben's minds mostly under control as the apostle pushed them just a bit, trying to think on what happened. What do I remember? I was going through the wreckage of the weapon, hoping to find anything I could use to create something that might be able to help, and I found its power source, he said, grabbing his head in concentration. From there I tried to understand what I could do with it and ended up connecting with it, and then his minds had been ripped to shreds, broken down in a way they never had been before until everything he was disappeared. Vaguely he thought he could remember hearing some notifications going off, but he'd need to look at his card to be sure of what changes he'd actually gone through. And that should have been in. He had to assume that the only reason he was even thinking as himself was because he was thinking with his soul at that point, but in those moments after his mind had essentially been gone, there shouldn't have been anything for him to remember after. Yet as he pushed further he found there was information that wasn't lost for the simple fact that it had to do with his knowledge skills, binding the memory to him in ways that regular thought couldn't be. Information that he couldn't believe could be any more than the mad dream of a broken mind. What the hell, what the hell? Am I insane? I can't be that insane. Is this what I do without my inhibitions? What if something went wrong? Of course, I'd do something as nuts as this without my self-control. I can't believe I'd do something like this without my self-control. Quilitha's lessons. How could I even do that? Right, the dead god's trial. I know too much. Jesus, what could I destroy? There's no way I actually did that, right? That has to be impossible. If it's not, then what the hell did I just destroy? How much did I destroy? How could I have the confidence to even try that? I must have dreamed it. I must have. But, feels too real. Feels too clear. I've got to know. I've got to ask. Myriad, he asked hesitantly. Did I make something? To put it mildly, the cube confirmed. We actually didn't even know what happened at first. All we saw was you firing things through the gate, and it's not like that's never been attempted before, but shortly after you did, not only did the gate to Craftsman's Tower disappear completely, every other gate on the planet returned to its closed state. It wasn't until some extremely horrified Greys, who'd been observing a few of the invader worlds that hadn't shown any evidence of housing a god, appeared to us in a panic that we were able to understand what you'd done. And even then they had to explain plenty, since what you made hasn't existed since the dawn of the universe, long before any of us came to be. Antimatter, he said breathlessly. It wasn't a dream, and he knew exactly what he'd done. He didn't know how he'd gotten to that point. All of the rational thought that made up his conscious mind had ceased to exist in that time, but he'd created a safe metal shell and expanded it to ensure there'd be no air within, materializing the outrageous material from raw mana and sent it all through the gate to sow its destructive properties against the regular matter of the universe. It was the culmination of so much he had known in theory, yet would never have tried to put into practice in a sane state. He'd known since the early floors of Galwax's trial that it was possible to materialize matter with non-affinitied magic, and Quillith had been slipping in lessons on more hypothetical materials among his more common ones for ages, to the point that he couldn't help but wonder if the alien had been hoping for this sort of outcome. With those two facts combining in his head, they'd led to an altogether horrifying test that he couldn't imagine actually taking for the risks involved if anything went wrong. Unless I'm mistaken, I made a lot. Like a lot. You said the Greys actually saw it hit some places, right? Is there? Technically, there are still worlds there, though largely uninhabitable now. You didn't create enough to annihilate all of the standard matter after all. But the explosions kicked up from the sheer scale of the energy released has left the surfaces of the worlds covered in a level of dust and debris that it would be shocking if the planets don't freeze for centuries to come with any life that survived the strike already in the process of being choked out. And, how many planets are we talking about? At least 2, though, judging from what the Watching Grey told us about how many explosions they saw coming through against how many we saw sent, it's pretty safe to say that at least one more world was hit that they weren't observing. That does let us know that multiple worlds are connecting to a single invasion point, which makes sense given the volumes we're dealing with, but is still nice to confirm. While he had to keep his jaw from hanging down, he had no effort keeping his mind's blank in that one instance. It was just too much to take in. The scale being spoken about was simply outrageous enough that it took time to process it, and not having the slightest idea of what one was even supposed to say to that, all he could do was crack a weak joke. Well, looks like the apostle has overtaken the god. If I've got 3 worlds under my belt, then you need 2 more to catch up. No, even if you left them uninhabitable, those worlds are still technically there. Mine is gone, so I've still got you beat in that regard. Cool. No, wait. This is actually really cool, he said, breaking out into a manic grin as he processed all of the implications of everything. There was no way to say if what he'd done would affect any future invasion plans, but it had tremendous implications for him. So does this mean Connect has grown in a way that would let me use mana from different objects? Oh freaking man, I'm gonna be honest, a small, secret part of me had hoped it might let me borrow other people's mana a bit like I tried and failed when I first got the skill, but objects? Do you think I could hold a piece of mithril or one of the mana crystals to use what's in them, or is it gonna need to just be whatever the power source is? God. If it's just that, then I don't care what it takes. I'm beating the information out of Ibaru if I have to dash. Ben? Myriad spoke gently, cutting him off with a more somber tone. It's more complicated than that. I need you to calm down and listen to me. Oh boy, that doesn't sound good. It's not. It's honestly a disaster, but I want you to know you aren't being held responsible for anything. Neither is your teacher. All parties involved in this act have already been gathered and punished if they knew what Ibaru was doing. But you are going to find out eventually, so I'm telling you now. The way his god said act, the lower tone in his voice changing to pure disgust, left Ben on edge. It was a way he'd never heard Myriad speak before, and he stayed silent, understanding that whatever Ibaru had done, it was bad. You were half right about how your skill awakened. We won't know about all of the changes until you actually test it, but at the very least I'm sure you haven't gained the ability to use the mana stored in objects. What you have developed is the ability to use the mana of others. He felt all of his nearly 1,000 minds spinning with the implications. He wasn't touching a person. He'd been holding a metal ball. What did Myriad mean he had gained the ability to use other people's mana? Calling that thing a power source was only correct in the most depraved of ways. Trap would be the more accurate word, one that was meant to hold some of the most mana-dense beings on the planet. Spirits. He felt his gut twist like he'd been stabbed as he experienced a curse that came with his mind awakening that was just as bad as having to deal with the number of them that existed in his head. The ability to understand in an instant the implications of what his god had just said. A spirit's body was made of mana, and it was that same mana they burned in any act. The moment they used it up was the moment they died, and he had used it liberally. The only bit he truly remembered was making the antimatter bombs and some of the materialization leading up to it, but there was no way he hadn't done more than that which simply hadn't registered as the lower levels of his mind were acting on their own accord. How many? He asked quietly. Ben, you didn't know, this isn't your fault. No one is placing any blame on you, and your teacher was just as unaware of what he'd been working on. Myriad. I'm asking you how many spirits I killed. His god was silent for a moment, experiencing the raw feeling coming from his apostle and knowing he couldn't hide an answer that Ben would find out soon enough after waking. 300 survived. 700 died. He wanted to be sick. He wanted to get his hands on Ibaru and tear the man apart. He wanted to talk to Thera and figure out how the hell he was ever going to try and make up for that as all the while different minds did their bit of math. A regular spirit has 10,000 mana, meaning I might have spent 7 million. Maybe more from the ones that survived. Jesus Christ. How much did I waste? My magics are non-affinitied. They aren't cheap. For the bombs alone, I must have had to make sure the antimatter and the shells containing it didn't come in contact with each other, and that's not mentioning moving all of that mass. Did I actually try and reduce the cost? Or did I just let the mana flood both parts since I had so much rushing through me and wasted it like that? He couldn't find the answer in himself as he dealt with the emotions of hearing that flowing through him, eventually settling on rage. He wanted to murder Ibaru and would if he got the chance. You won't, Myriad told him, picking up on the feeling. The Great Spirits have already gotten their hands on all involved parties and are, well, let's just leave it at their being punished. The bigger issue is what else we've learned. Ugh. God, do I even want to know? No, scratch that, I have to know. Tell me. It looks like he and others had been working in secret on a collection of distasteful experiments and projects, all goals for saving the world and all things we'd stand firmly against. Just another thing we hadn't noticed that's rearing its ugly head. We've already captured most of them, but there's a couple who we haven't yet. And I assume one of them is that mage that Ibaru asked me to talk with? Ben asked, seeing exactly where the conversation was going as his god confirmed it. He was. So what the hell was the information I gave him about ritual magic going to be used for then? Unfortunately, that we can't say, his god sighed. While identities weren't kept as secret as they could have been, projects largely were to keep word from getting out, with Naloth being the only one who seemed to know everything to keep track of it all. Of course, since we do know what the two of you talked about, we have our theories, but that's it. I'm all about theories, try me. The one we think has the most potential is the idea that they're going to try and capture a god. I'm sorry. It's been done before, Myriad explained, sounding as rough as Ben felt. On a couple worlds, actually. Mortals reaching across the boundary of space to bind one of their gods to their will and use their power for themselves. It's what we imagine would be the most useful application of what you've discussed for the coming battles, but honestly, we can't be certain. Cool. So I killed 700 innocent people and actively worked to help someone do who knows what? He laughed at it all. He couldn't help it. What else could he do with the information he'd just been given? When there wasn't even anyone he could seek revenge on, as far more justified parties were already taking it. You know, Myriad, sometimes I'm really not grateful for this whole second chance at life. The god didn't know what to say to his apostle's empty smile, nor what could be said to the feelings simmering just beneath the surface. You have been out for a couple days now. Maybe it will help if you wake up and talk to the people you care about a bit. They're all waiting for you. If it's all the same to you, I think I'll stay up here for another hour or two, just to give myself some time to work things out. Of course, take all of the time you need. As Ben cracked open his eyes, he was forced to confront another change to himself beyond the massive one in his head. Any time he'd leveled his complex mind in the past, there had always been a small change to his perspective that had come with it as the divide between seeing the big picture versus the smaller details shrunk. But as things were, the gap had now vanished altogether. It now felt like he saw the world with perfect clarity as he took everything in, putting together just where he was. He could tell he wasn't lying on the battlefield, nor was he in any of the nearby forts that each nation had built. Instead, it looked like he was in the field hospital set up in the city with healers of all sorts running around, treating a shockingly small number of people given the chaos he'd seen before the world went dark, with the reason for that being apparent as he heard Thera's voice. Give those two to me and go focus on someone else. I'll be quicker and you need something easier to regain a bit of mana, she ordered as Ben turned his head to the side to watch as she worked. Have more patients been brought in yet? We're just getting them now, another healer called out as she nodded. Well, get them to my area so we can get them out of here. I don't know if you're going to have me after tomorrow, so take advantage while you can. He felt himself smile seeing her throw out orders as other healers rushed to do what she said while he laid there quietly, not wanting to draw attention to himself, nor wanting to have to talk to her, at least not yet. He knew he wasn't at fault for what had happened in Myriad, had made sure to assure him no others did either, but that didn't stop the feeling of guilt from gnawing at him. He was in no rush to see her thoughts on the matter, so instead he stayed quiet as hours passed, watching as people came in and were sent out as an untold number of light and life spells were cast around him. During that time he barely moved and did his best not to think. His body wasn't sore from the strain it had been put under, likely being healed early on, but he wanted to relax in that bit of time he had until eventually, Thera, seeming free from the constant flow of work, walked over to him with a level of exhaustion that vanished the second she saw he was awake as she rushed over, throwing herself at him and wrapping him in her arms. Neither of them said anything in that moment, both just feeling relief. Thera for the fact that Ben had finally woken up, and Ben for her not directing any anger over what happened to him. It was only as those quiet seconds passed that she pulled back just enough to look into his eyes, giving him a very tired smile. Hey sleepyhead, you were out for a while. Only 2 days, right? I've been out for longer. Ha! I don't think I've ever met anyone who's passed out as much as you have. Well, it's a big world out there. There's got to be 1 or 2 guys who are worse for it than me. Her smile became just a little less tired as they spoke and fell back to silence, it only slipping away as she thought about all she had to catch him up on. Ben, how much do you remember about everything that happened? Not much, but Myriad caught me up. I'm sorry. Ben, whatever you did brought a month-long battle down to less than a day. You don't have anything to be sorry for. I killed 700 people, of course I do. Guilt and rage were thick in his voice as he averted his eyes, not able to look at her. It was only when she gently took his face in his hands, pulling it back to her, that he had no choice, not fighting off her touch and not seeing a hint of judgment in her gaze. Ben, I'm going to be clear with you. That was not your fault. I don't think so. None of the spirits I've seen think so. My father and the other great spirits don't think so, and not even Vividus thinks so. You weren't able to do anything like that before your skill awakened, and you didn't know what was in there. How can you possibly be blamed? It was that bastard Ibaru. She trailed off, feeling her own rage flood her as she thought about it. The weapon had felt off to her the moment she'd laid eyes on it, but that was it. Otherwise, the head of the Craftsman's Guild had seemed nothing but reasonable, so she had pushed the feeling away. Never in her wildest dreams would she have imagined how many of her people were being sacrificed in the name of trying to save the world. How many more would have been if things hadn't been discovered with the weapon's destruction was a question that hung heavily on her mind. Sure, none of you can blame me and none of you can speak for the dead, he sighed. I'm glad you don't hate me for this, but I'm not going to be so quick to forgive myself. It's fine. It's just one more thing to haunt me. I'm getting pretty used to having a bunch of those. He watched her chew on her lip, not knowing anything she could do that could help as he moved to put her at ease. not wanting to worry her with whatever was going through his many minds. So hey, are you almost done here? I could use some real food and some rest in a nicer bed. When do you think you'll be able to head out? Now. I came to check on you because I needed to leave anyway, so if you're feeling up to it, then let's go. It was a desirable prospect and he moved to make it happen, sitting up for the first time in days as blood flowed to his stiff muscles while he moved his body, bringing everything back to life as he got back to his feet. Thera clung to his arm as he did, as if to push away any thoughts that she might feel some misplaced blame towards him as they walked out. The other patients and healers they passed seeing her leave with many bowing while others respectfully giving their goodbyes, one word on all of their lips. Goodbye, Saintess. Thank you for your work, Saintess. Thanks for the healing, Miss Saintess. Don't say a word, Thera muttered. Golden blush spread across her cheeks as they were leaving. I literally cannot not comment on this, Saintess, he told her with a grin, some of his worries forgotten as she groaned and rested her head against his arm. Someone started calling me that yesterday, and then more people started no matter what I said, and I got it as a stupid title. Okay? Gods above, I don't care about how helpful it is. I think I hate titles. I don't even know how I met the qualifications for this one. You know the qualifications? MMH, there's usually a couple people with it at any time, she told him, wanting to move past it but seeing the topic was acting to distract him from all that had happened. And yeah, I have powerful healing magic, but that's only one bit. I also need to be loved not only by the people I'm healing but by a god too. There's no way dash. I mean, Analia does love you though? Ben pointed out, not sure where the confusion was coming from. And that's not to mention how much Myriad talks about how much he likes you. Besides, with how many people you were healing leading up to this, do you really think you aren't loved by them? I think you plenty meet the qualifications with all you do. Besides, this is definitely one that is going to give good bonuses to life magic, right? And how many people have you even healed since I've been out? I don't know. A couple thousand, maybe more? They just kept bringing more in through different gates and I just kept treating them. Plus I kept up an earth healing spell to help things along for others. Wait. Why does your god love me? He likes that you try to keep me from doing anything crazy. He laughed as he opened the door, only for shock to bring him back to silence. If he hadn't been able to see Craftsman's Tower still standing in the distance, he would have thought he'd been taken somewhere else entirely. Save for a few buildings that seemed unusually untouched here and there, everything was destroyed, reduced to rubble and dust, leaving everything that made the city what it was simply gone. It was too much to properly react to when he saw it. All Ben could do was let out a low whistle. Damn. So this is what happens after demons break through, huh? Not exactly. Huh. It was the spirits, Thera told him as she surveyed the carnage. When word got out about what happened, there were only so many responsible parties they could take their anger out on. So instead, well, this. It seemed that no people were hurt in the act, with all of the untouched buildings being the few that were holding the adventurers who'd been guarding the town. But everything else had been destroyed, broken down to a level where it wouldn't be worth the effort to rebuild. Though some people probably will since the tower's here. He didn't notice he was standing in place, planted to the ground as he surveyed the carnage until he felt Thera tug on his arm, pulling him along. Come on. The embassy is still standing since I'm the one staying there. Let's go. They walked through the desolate streets, no markers to help show their way but not needing any. With no buildings obstructing their views, they could see their destination with ease and Thera cleared a path, using her magic to push any rubble to the side as they went in, climbing the stairs to their rooms. So what are you thinking? I'll cook some food and then we can pass out and pretend the last few days never happened. No. She pushed him against a wall and kissed him, slipping a ring into his hand and spoke up at the same time he was figuring out just what the enchantments on it were for. Ben, it has been a very long couple of days and the next few might end up even worse, so right now all I want to do is focus on you and have you focus on me without worrying about whatever else is going on in the world. Okay? Her face was twinkling in the light, the two of them both knowing what she was thinking, and without another word, he pulled her to her room, the prospect far more desirable than going over the past few days ever could be as they spent the night enjoying the company the other provided. I really don't want to go deal with this, Thera thought with a sigh as the sun rose. Even if she hadn't gotten any sleep that night, she was just so comfortable compared to the last few days. Her head resting on Ben's chest, drawing circles with her fingers was so much more pleasant compared to dealing with the state of the world. She would have been happy to just lounge around like that for days. Unfortunately, that day was too important. So with one final look at his sleeping face, she got up and dressed, scribbling a quick note for him when he woke up before quietly leaving their room to make her way through the ruined city. The spirits had been thorough in their rage, with everything that they could destroy being left as nothing more than piles of rubble at her feet, with only a few other buildings still standing. Given the condition of the place, it was surprising that there was still anyone other than them there to see it, but plenty of patients had been moved there since it was a relatively safe area, all things considered, and there were still some members of each army, along with various adventurers going out to hunt the many demons that had come through the now vanished gate that survived. As she went, she pushed rubble out of the way, clearing the road to the planet's own gate network before stepping through to see just how crowded it was. While nobody was rushing to get through the one she'd just come from bearing the occasional group of patients, for all of the others it was like the entire world was trying to move at once, everyone having somewhere to go as the dense crowd of people were still moving even 3 days after all of the invasion points closed. She couldn't exactly blame anyone for it either. Everyone on the planet was dealing with the emotional fallout. There were plenty of people who were elated, celebrating the fact that the gates had been forced shut early without word of the cause spreading to them yet, while for others their fears were only made worse. With the exception of the mana-based life of the world, nobody living had seen with their own eyes what the battle would entail. Being told about it simply hadn't done any justice to the experience. And as lucky as they felt that the first wave had ended early, it made them all the more aware of how much worse the next ones would get. And that's not even thinking about the fallout of what Ibaru pulled. She could feel her jaw clench as she carefully made her way through the crowd. She didn't know which watching god had been the first to figure out what had happened. That the head of the Craftsmen's Guild as a whole had not only managed to trap so many spirits, but forcefully extract their power to run his weapon. But she knew it was Analia who'd let it slip to her father as he and 6 of the other great spirits arrived almost instantly, smashing the trap to save those it contained before hunting those who were involved. Her Aunt Funa forcing them to spill who among them had been aware of what they were doing and who had been clueless before dragging off the guilty parties for tortures she couldn't imagine. And they deserve whatever they're getting. The trap had contained 1,000 spirits and they had intended to make one for every gate after proving the viability of the weapon, treating her people like a disposable resource to be sacrificed for the world as a whole. The thought left her sick, and the consequences were going to be far-reaching if nothing was done. It was with that sense of purpose that she made her way to All Faith, where a meeting about just what had happened was to be held as she got to their crowded streets, ignoring the signs of damage and walking to where she knew it was going to take place, only coming to a stop as she passed a certain building on the way. It was a temporary hospital, like so many others that had been set up to take care of the wounded, and from where she could see it was overflowing. The city's main hospital likely regulated to looking after less severe cases since it was farther from the gate. Even in just one day, so many people had been hurt, enough that healers were going to be busy for potentially weeks trying to treat everyone they could, having to keep everyone in a poor state longer to split their mana between patients rather than focus on getting one done quickly but leaving the potential for others to die in the time it took any healer to get to them. "I have some time," she muttered to herself. "I'm here, what? An hour early, maybe closer to 2? I have time." She couldn't just walk by, but that meant she needed to be quick. So without wasting a moment she rushed to the door and pushed in, pulling out her card to prove her skill as she offered just a bit of help. As the notification went off in her head, Thera rushed off, her detour taking longer than she'd planned by sheer virtue of how many people that were hurt, with plenty still to go even after she'd left. She had wanted to stay longer, but she needed to know what the spirits would do as they aired their grievances, so she let her feet carry her, touching her necklace as she did to let the jobs fill her mind. Available jobs: Queen of Mana, Musician, Professional Dancer, Bard, Darkness Mage Charm Specialized, Healer, Dark Mage, Staff User, a Master Adventurer, a Homunculus Creator, Chimera Maker, War Mage, Saintess. I'll take Saintess. It didn't need any thought to know what to go for. She'd known she'd be getting the job ever since she'd gained the title, and with how many people there were to treat in the world as things stood, she couldn't justify any other choice when she fully expected to be busy acting as a healer for a while, so she listened as the notifications filled her mind. Name Thera Oris. Race: Succubus/Spirit Hybrid. Titles: Spirit Child, Madman's Lover, Spirit Princess, Saintess. Jobs: Saintess, LV4. Previous jobs: Beginner Dancer, Dancer, Apprentice Mage, Earth Mage, True Mage, High Earth Mage, Spirit Mage, Life Mage, High Life Mage, Telekinetic Mage, Adventurer, High Telekinetic Mage, High Spirit Mage, Master Earth Mage, Earth Princess, Master Life Mage, Life Princess. Attributes: A Vitality, 2070. A Vitality Recovery Rate, 33 per hour. Mana, 499,902. Mana Recovery Rate, 174 per minute. Strength, 285. Agility, 756. Stamina, 635. Intelligence, 699. Affinities: A Light, 4. Life 22. Fire 11. Water 14. Air 12. Earth 103. Death 3. Dark 43. Space 2. Time 1. Resistances: A Light 5. Life 9. Fire 11. Water 16. Air 12. Earth 35. Death 13. Dark 42. Space 7. Time 8. Blessed Skills: Spiritual Earth Magic LV3*. Charm Magic LV5. Passive Skills: World Speak Plus. Coordination LV5. A Bind. A Mana Recovery Rate Enhancement LV7. Earth Sense LV3. Active Skills: Calculate LV2. Dance LV5. String Instrument LV3. Woodwind Instrument LV3. Cleaning LV2. Staff Wielder LV1. Meditation LV2. Speed Reading LV4. Spiritual Life Magic LV2*. Telekinesis LV7. Dark Magic LV8. Spirit Empowering LV9. Cooking LV1. A Mana Examination LV6. Blessings: Analia's Blessing. Elvet's Life Magic Blessing. Quax's Blessing. Enetha's Blessing. Earth Pantheon's Blessing. Trials: Trial of Analia and Talona. Earth Tower. She didn't let herself stop to appreciate the notifications going off in her head. There'd be time for that later. Instead, she rushed to a government building on the edge of town. Not the one Ben had forced his way into after being free of the trial, but instead another, more seldomly used but also more important for one key reason. It had been built in the coast, with the central hub of it creating a private meeting ground for both land and water-based races to talk. She made her way to the front door of it, feeling her stomach in knots. She hadn't actually been invited, but she filled an unusual role as one of the two people to fall between the categories of spirit and more typical mortal. And since she understood what was going to happen, she just needed to do her best to try and leave the outcome as good as it could be for everyone as she moved to go past the guard stationed at the front. "Hold up there, miss. I'll need to see some identification if you're heading in." Okay, so confidently walking in didn't work. I guess that leaves me with trying to talk my way in. Gods above, I wish I had been here. He seems a lot better at this sort of thing. She tried not to let the thoughts touch her face as she pulled out her card, hiding all the information on it but her name and race before showing it as the second spoke up. "Ahem. Miss, if you don't have any identification from any government you're affiliated with, then you're in the wrong place. If you'd take the time to look at my race on my card, then you'd know I'm not," she told them sternly, holding it in front of their eyes. "I believe you should know what this meeting is about, and I'm also fairly sure you should know that the Great Spirits aren't happy. It's in everyone's best interest that there be a mortal in the room they might actually want to listen to compared to whatever heads of state they're just going to ignore out of hand." The two looked at each other, not sure what to do. It was clear that she wasn't an uninvolved party, but they also had their orders, and there were enough people of note behind those doors to enforce the simple rules they were given. Thera could see all of that, so she decided to make it easy for them. "Okay, You both have a job, I get it, but I'm sure we all collectively don't want the spirits doing anything crazy, so don't hold this against me. And if you haven't gotten yourselves free in a bit, I'll let you out when I'm done. Wah dash. Before either could get out a complete thought, the ground beneath them rose up, wrapping around them to hold them in place but not tight enough to cause any harm either. Even if she hadn't been able to talk her way in, she wasn't going to hold it against anyone who was just doing their job, and if either of them had any earth magic they'd be able to get themselves out of it in a bit. All she had to do was use whatever minutes she had. With a quick apology, she walked past them, pushing through the doors to a large lounge area with another door on the other side of it. The sounds of the proceedings making it through, though not in any way she could understand as she pushed through to find the crowd beyond. Of the mortals there had to be 1,000 spread between land and sea, with a few semi-aquatics as well to help ensure that everything that was said on either side made it to all parties. But beyond that were the spirits floating around. Of them there were thousands, more than she'd ever seen at once, all filling the air, while at the center of it all stood the Great Ones. 7 of the 8 present for the proceedings, with only the Great Fire Spirit, her uncle and Cetus missing. It was obvious enough who in the crowd possessed awakened magics. Those few staring at the sky nervously with the strength of their mana sense, letting them see just what was above them as someone in the crowd spoke. Abris and Lux, both of you of all people shouldn't be humoring this idea. A man in the crowd said, trying to sound reasonable. You have families on this world. Mortal families that can't just fly off to wherever you think you might escape to. Are you really just going to abandon them like this? I've already made my stance clear, her father told them firmly, holding her mother's hand. I will stay, but you won't see me acting to get a single other spirit to do the same if they don't wish it. If this is how the world will treat them, then they're better off somewhere else. I stand the same, her aunt agreed. What happened wasn't just one person acting alone, but a group of people in high positions who'd viewed us as nothing more than a resource. I'll stay for my child, but it's clear from the weak reaction among you all that since you can't see them, you can't properly view them as people. If that's the case, why should they risk themselves to fight for you? So there you have it, Vividus spoke. Unless any of you can even begin to provide proper compensation for the lives of the spirits that were lost, why should we not simply leave? Have you not already taken your revenge? One spat. You went so far as to murder our king. Will you not be dash? His words were cut off with a scream as his arm exploded in a fountain of blood. Vividus in front of him with her hand around his throat, before anyone in there could perceive what had happened. Your king provided funding and resources to that madman knowing full well what he was doing, she said coldly. Consider yourself lucky that Lux and Funa kept me from eradicating your kind as a whole. Hell, half of your nation is still standing, isn't it? Besides, do you really think that ending a mortal lifespan is comparable to ending an eternal one? She looked around as she asked it, giving anyone the chance to speak up as none of the other great spirits stopped her from acting in her rage. You all get at most a few centuries on this world, but this act has wiped away millennia lived and the rest of time to go along with it. Do any of you fools grasp how long eternity is? If we were to combine the lifespans of every living being on the planet, it still wouldn't add up to the life of a single spirit. That is how insignificant you all are. There was a clear divide in the crowd between those who understood what it would mean to lose the spirits and those who didn't. All of them were scared of the 7 before them, but it was harder to appreciate what the ones that remained unseen actually did in the battles unless their mana sense was good enough for the affinities they possessed. Too many of them weren't properly appreciating the sort of fighting force the spirits could be with their outrageous mana pools and high levels of control for their affinity. Vividus, I don't think they'll understand our worth like this, spoke her uncle Salinoth, the great water spirit who was using the form of a large, floating eel made of ice, kicking the more typical trend of following in her father's footsteps for picking his appearance. Because they're blind fools, it's important to make them know it in their soul, so all of you, if you will? He wasn't speaking to the crowd, nor to the other great spirits with him. Instead, he looked up, speaking to the various spirits around as they each expended just a little bit of mana to do something they almost never would. They made themselves visible to mortal eyes. Light, fire, and dark spirits all simply cast their mana while earth, water, and air all manipulated the substances they'd interact with. pulling them from the world around them to create false bodies for themselves the same way the great spirits would as those who weren't able to see them were forced to confront how outnumbered they were should discussions break down further. Vividus had already maimed one, and the rage of them all didn't want to be contained. Salinoth ignored the growing unease though, instead speaking out to just two of the earth spirits above, going on to make his point. Yes, both of you, if you would. I believe a proper demonstration is in order. It must have been something they'd planned earlier before the meeting had begun, with both spirits moving up, rising to the roof before they demonstrated their power as the two alone separated it from the rest of the building as each person looked up in horror at the display of strength, before it was crushed down to a block and placed among the crowd. So that, Vividus stated, is the strength you're losing. You really should consider yourselves lucky, you know. We're only talking about leaving, not waging our own war first, but for all we feel about what happened, we still hate the demons more, which is the only reason why you're getting this meeting. So convince us if you can. Why should we not abandon you all to your fate? A murmur went up as they spoke amongst themselves, all of them finally completely on the same page. Before they'd understood the value of the great spirits, each of them able to hold a gate by themselves, but too many had failed to grasp the strength of the regular ones without seeing it with their own eyes. Now that they did, they understood why it couldn't be lost and cursed out Ibaru and his co-conspirators for creating the situation to begin with as a single problem emerged the more they spoke. What could they possibly offer? As far as any of them could tell, the spirits simply didn't need things. Even the fact that they were on the world at all had more to do with preference based on the environment they'd come into being in. They didn't breathe and lived entirely off mana, a force that could be found anywhere in reality. Really, they stayed on the world for the simple reason that a feeling of gravity was more comfortable than not having it, and that a living planet was more interesting than the largely empty void of space. But if they had to leave, they would. It was the choice that would be safest for them in the long run in the end. It was then that Thera finally spoke up, forcing her way through the crowd to stand before her aunt and the other great spirits, with all of the standard ones buzzing with excitement when they noticed she was there, rushing to fly around her with each spell they were dressed and still active, making her look like the heart of a strange storm as they called out to her. "Princess, you're here. It's good to see you, Princess. Princess, have you gotten stronger?" She felt a few of the great spirits giving both her and all of the ones around her funny looks, not having been aware of her growing popularity among their kind as she tried to keep any discomfort about the incredibly enthusiastic greeting from her face. "Hello, hello, it's good to see all of you too," she told them gently as many in the crowd of mortals were quick to draw the connection between her and her father from looks alone while she faced her Aunt Vividus, who was staring at her at a loss for what might have been the first time. "I'm not quite sure about where to begin with all I'm hearing, but I take it you have something you want to say? Your connection to us isn't going to change things, Thera. You've always thought of yourself as a succubus before a spirit." "I have, and I think I'm right to, but that's not what I'm doing. You said you wanted to be convinced, so I'm here to make the spirits an offer," she told them, before going to look over her shoulder to all of the groups behind her. "Of course, so long as you can talk all of them into going along with it." While many of the mortals looked unsure, even more were looking at her with hope, wanting a solution to smoothing things over that they just couldn't see as she gestured to the two spirits that had just displayed their strength, and before the eyes of all of her aunts and uncles transferred her mana to them, bringing them back to full strength. Some looked surprised, but Vividus just regarded her with curiosity. "Interesting, I'd heard rumors among them of something like this, but to see it's accurate is certainly unique. But so what? What value is there in a skill that you alone use?" "The value is that there's no reason I should be the only one who can use it," she said confidently. "I know you pay at least a little attention to the world, Aunt Viv, so here's what I want to propose. All of you stay until the third wave. If things get too bad at that point, then leave, and in exchange we'll get the skill master and his apprentices to learn the skill from me and spend the next few years of their lives passing it on to the powerful mages of every nation. If they all learn it and devote an hour or two to passing on their mana a day, then it will be the best chance since you all came to this world to grow your numbers. Even if you have to escape in the end, then you'll be escaping with far more spirits than you'd be leaving with now. It would work out for you all in the long run whether we win or lose." She'd been thinking about just what she could do ever since she'd heard this meeting was going to take place, And this was her solution, one she felt confident in that would work out heavily in the spirit's favor. Her mother was smiling at her confidently beside her father as the rest of her extended family looked amongst themselves. It was a good offer. Spirits were always hesitant to bring their numbers up since the time after would leave them at their most vulnerable. But if they were to have a way to regain their strength from taking mana from the mortals, then there'd be a chance for them to grow their numbers in a way they never had before. If things really did get too bad during the third wave, they could simply leave. They had nothing to lose from such a proposal. It was clear they were going to accept. It was just a matter of making sure that the representatives would agree to such a thing. It was only Vividus who looked at her curiously, a question on her lips. I'm not inclined to say no to something so beneficial, but why are you doing this? Why wouldn't I? Things work out very heavily for the spirits from a deal like this. Why didn't you push for more? She knew that Thera didn't think of herself as one of them, which made it harder to understand. But her niece just shook her head. God's above, Viv, because I'm not you. Besides, they all say I'm their princess. I should at least try to act in their interest. She did want them helping the world she lived on, but she also wanted them getting the most they could from it. It was as simple as that. It was with that last statement that those floating around her went wild, the spirits being clear in their affection. Slowly waking up, later than he normally would from the long night, he half-heartedly fumbled around the bed, finding himself alone as he finally opened his eyes and saw the note on the drawer beside him. She'll be back when she finishes something up? Okay, cool. I guess there's a lot of stuff for me to do in the meantime anyway. The first of which being to look at his card. He knew there were going to be changes and he wanted to know exactly what he was dealing with, so after reaching to the floor to pull it from his pants, he let his eyes run over it, then again and again after, not quite able to process everything he was seeing. Just what the hell did I do? Name: Ben Hef. Race: human. Titles: Apostle of Myriad, the Forgotten One, Miracle Maker, Skill Learner, Enemy of Aneth, Trial Defier, Trial Breaker, Godslayer, Monster, Madman, God Killer, Threat, the Mad Apostle, Destined Holder of Connect, God of Destruction. Jobs: Profane Enchanter, LV 99. Previous jobs: Apprentice Craftsman, Craftsman, Priest, Enchanter, Mind User, Magic Item Maker, Magic Weapon Maker, High Enchanter, Fractured Mind User, Tree Tamer, High Craftsman, Apprentice Mage, True Mage, Tank, Heretic, Adventurer, Divine Heretic, Kin, Master Craftsman, Master Enchanter, Scholar, Connected Enchanter, Infernal Craftsman, Marksman, Destruction Mage, Material Mage, High Material Mage. Attributes: A Vitality, 949. A Vitality Recovery Rate, 25 per hour. Mana, 844. Mana Recovery Rate, 60 per minute. Strength, 785. Agility, 258. Stamina, 2108. Intelligence, 3369. Affinities: Light 3. Life 2. A Fire, 4. Water 3. Air, 4. Earth 2. Death 3. Dark 1. Space, 4. Time 5. Resistances: Light, 68. Life, 72. Fire, 75. Water, 69. Air, 66. Earth, 81. Death, 78. Dark, 85. Space, 63. Time, 61. Blessed Skills: Unending Crafting LV3*. Divine Enchanting LV3*. Unnatural Mind LV1*. Passive Skills: King of Sacrilege LV9*. A Bind. Integrated Demonic Body LV6. Defense Enhancement LV6. Absorption Resistance LV6. Plant Knowledge LV7. All Affinity Resistance Enhancement LV4. Biology Knowledge LV4. Trap Knowledge LV4. Physics Knowledge LV5. Active Skills: Stealth LV1. Deep Connection LV1*. Cycling LV1. Marksmanship LV3. Material Manipulation LV2 *, Swimming LV1, Dance LV0, Rapid Thought Speed LV2, Blessings, Myriad's Blessing, Analia's Blessing, Hilori's Blessing, Galwax's Blessing, Elvit's Mana Regeneration Blessing, Inetha's Blessing, Earth Pantheon's Blessing, Trials, Trial of Analia and Talona, Trial of the Dead God, Earth Tower. Jesus, okay, where do I even start looking at this? 2 new titles, basically finished 6 jobs and need to change to a new one. A slightly offensive name for how Focus awakened and not only connect, but my magic's awakened too. I mean, I guess that tracks if I was freaking materializing things, but still. Plus, I think my intelligence rose a bit, over 1,000 points more than it should have with each awakening bonus, but I've seen a bump each time my mind split too, so I guess it's just attached to the massive change in my head. There was more too. Aside from the fact that none of his awakened skills were at the Zeroth level like they should have been, he also leveled up almost all of his defensive skills along with marksmanship and unending crafting, as well as gained a new one on top of it in the form of rapid thought speed, which also wasn't at the Zeroth level like it should have been, not to mention that it didn't match either of the 2 thought speed skills he was already aware of, thought speed enhancement and thought speed acceleration, with the latter being locked away from him by virtue of being time affinitied. Okay, Myriad, are you around? I have a lot I want to talk about here. Very astute of you. Really not liking how badly you wanted to see me have sex. I was hoping you'd go over everything I did in the battle after blacking out. There's so many changes to my status and I want to understand what caused them since a bunch is still just blank for me. Even better, and don't worry. I'm not going to break down, so I'm coming up. With that he closed his eyes, forcing his mind to his god's realm where Myriad was waiting, and after only a few words were exchanged his god did as he said, creating a top-down view of the fight that occurred as Ben watched it all, muttering as he did. So I guess firing off stones like that must have counted towards my marksmanship skill, explaining why I raised it and took the job, and from the look of it I must have tried enchanting too. Damn it, my backups of those rings are in Stonewall. Breaking everything down like that, was I trying to forcefully level my destruction before trying to awaken material user? Not to mention that from the look of it, the skill absorbed my material knowledge too. I wonder if that leveled up before I made antimatter. Wait, and was that ice? I guess it is technically a material, so that kind of makes sense, but what's all of that after? Bone. Maybe some wood too? Probably not properly either, since I have no clue how this universe's version of DNA works. But I must have tried to mimic it with the information I did know to force the level up farther. He couldn't help but flop back once he'd seen everything, once again seeing the madness of just what he'd done when his conscious mind hadn't been in charge. Myriad. Give it to me straight. What are the odds my subconscious takes over again if I ever pass out and accidentally destroy the world? Thankfully slim, since you would have so much less power to you than you did during the battle, and I'd actually be a little surprised if you're even capable of passing out like that again as your mind currently is. I believe the strain it went through to put you in that sort of state was mostly due to being linked to 1,000 different minds that were so alien compared to a standard mortal's. He couldn't help but sigh when he heard that. Yeah, it only took hundreds of lives to push my minds and connect to awakening. Super cool. He'd pushed himself so hard in the past year to get connect beyond its limits, only for the experience to be so tainted when it actually happened. Just letting himself think about it made his gut twist and kept him from the sort of joy the experience should have been for him. Just another thing to haunt me. Ben Dash. I'm fine, don't worry, he said, brushing off his god before he could go on. Anyway, I have a few more things to ask about while I'm up here. I got a new skill, Rapid Thought Speed, but it's an active one for some reason. I think you should be happy about that. Things could start to feel pretty strange if the world felt slower with every level of it. The world already feels strange with everything in my head, but the question is more, how am I supposed to use it? Just mentally push yourself. Given how you gained the ability, it might feel a bit weird at first, but once it clicks you'll have it before you know it. MMH, if you say so. In that case, give me a minute. As he laid there, he tried to feel all of his thoughts and pushed with the singular goal of trying to make them move faster, feeling it come far easier than he'd expected as he did. He still lacked the perfect control he needed for everything going on in his head, but as long as he focused he could keep his minds in line enough to examine the effects of the skill. "Huh, that's interesting," he muttered. "All of the minds I apply it to are working about 30% faster. 40%, meaning I'm gaining 10% per level, compared to thought speed enhancement which should only have been giving me 5%. So I guess this skill is twice as good then? Considering it's a rare variant, it makes sense for it to be a bit better. And given the change to your mind, you were never getting a normal skill as your bonus skill. Was that the only one you got?" "Unfortunately. A shame. It would have been interesting to see what Connect would have given. Would have been cool to get something for awakening material manipulation too. But oh well. There were two other things I got though, titles. Destined Holder of Connect and God of Destruction. Despite the lack of lips to do it, his god let out a low whistle. A title with the word God in it, huh? And since it's for destruction in particular, I'd say you'll be getting some pretty good bonuses to that magic in particular. Or should I say your material manipulation now since it merged into it. Okay, and that's cool and all. But am I blaming the gods or the system itself for giving me another title that might get me attacked in the streets? Probably a third group, Myriad said lightly before explaining in the face of Ben's confusion. Ben, as unfortunate as it is, if every demon-occupied world is linked through their own gate network, then every demon in the galaxy is a part of the system. You are responsible for destroying 3 of their worlds. It wouldn't be shocking if they were assuming that there was some powerful god of destruction on this planet. Hell, that's likely why they closed the gates so much earlier than usual. This might be the hardest they've ever been hit. So do you think they might just call the whole thing off? He asked, feeling positive despite everything that had led to him having the power to do such a thing, only for his god to dash his small hopes. No, the Grey are already seeing them prepare for the next one. It seems that after cooler heads prevailed, the sapient ones are operating on the assumption that whatever caused it must have expended most, if not all of their power doing it, which honestly isn't a bad assumption. Even in any of our heydays, creating damage on that scale would be beyond us if we used everything we had, at least without the same sort of knowledge you currently possess. Okay, so not quite the answer I was looking for, but whatever. And what about the other one? Not going to lie, the name has me curious. Destined Holder of Connect. Ben knew that there was nothing like destiny or fate in the reality he now called his home, but hearing it in a title did give him a certain level of curiosity about just what it implied before his god gave him an answer. "Ah, I actually only learned you'd be getting it in passing from another god after it became clear you awakened the skill. Another very rare one. Destined Holder titles go to people who are not only the first to get a skill but also the first to awaken it. It provides good bonuses to the skill it's named for too, so it works out well for you. I wouldn't be shocked if it means you're going to be getting at least another level or 2 of it before you hit your wall. Now that you've overcome the awakening barrier, I doubt you'll be as stuck as you were before." Interesting. So since I'm the first person to hold cycling and integrated demonic body, I'd get the title for both of those if I awaken them? Maybe marksmanship too, since I doubt anyone before me made a gun. I don't think you really need me to tell you not to awaken your demon body skill. I know, don't worry. Since it only levels after I'm beaten into the ground, I don't particularly want to either. Anyway, I need to actually get up to test the rest of my new skills and pick a job, but stick around so I can bother you with more questions if I have them. PFFF, just ask like you always do. I'll be working as you're doing your thing, so don't be surprised if you don't get an immediate answer. Lame but fine. With that, he opened his eyes, reaching out to grab his necklace to pick a new job, only stopping for the notification that rang out in his head. Wait, I'm sorry, again? He didn't know how to react to the notification that just went off in his mind. He'd leveled that skill just minutes earlier, and in that time all he'd done was experiment with it a bit as he spoke to Myriad, raising and lowering the speed his many minds thought at. It was through that same combination of speed and minds that he had his answer, though only moments after thinking the question. Back when he'd gotten meditation for the first time, it had come to him quickly thanks to having a handful of minds at his disposal to practice the skill concurrently, and leveling it hadn't been that much work compared to the effort he put into it for that same fact. Same with Calculate, Hidden Mind, and Speed Reading, all skills that he could practice multiple times at once using mostly just his thoughts, and now he had a number that dwarfed what he had before. Does this mean I might be able to work my way through this skill in a week? Hell, that's thinking too small. As long as I get a mind skill that can be done purely in my head, I should be able to power level them like crazy. Isn't this actually insane? Except there really aren't many other mind skills I want. Well, if I get 1 or 2 more as life goes on, it won't do me any harm to rush through them like this, and I still have this one to blast through too. He felt himself smile a bit just thinking about it as he let his horde of thoughts experiment with moving at different speeds before going back to his original task, picking up his job crystal to see all of the changes to how he could grow. Available jobs. Trap user. Craftsman alchemy path. Craftsman artistic path. Craftsman blacksmith path. Craftsman cooking path. Craftsman stonecrafts path. Craftsman sewing path. Holy craftsman. A mathematician. Cursed item maker. A high tank. Otherworldly craftsman. Destructive craftsman. A master adventurer. A soul-defiling gardener. A summoned enchanter. Ritual enchanter. Divine enchanter. A mind master. A high marksman. A high destruction mage. A master material mage. World killer. Okay. Fairly sure I'm not going to be killing any more worlds. So other than that one, I have 4 new options. Mind master, high marksman, high destruction mage, and master material mage, all of them being advanced variants based both on the jobs he'd taken in his robotic slaughter, as well as the skills he'd leveled up. High marksman is just out, plain and simple. I get the logic behind why I took the first one, but I don't need the next. The question is if I even want to take any of the new ones or not. He frankly had no clue what to aim for. He hadn't given it any thought considering that he expected both Infernal Craftsman and Profane Enchanter to take longer than they had. But that meant he wasn't sure where to go from there. Do I want something with a crafting focus? More specifically, an enchanting focus, a magic focus, or a mind focus? He muttered as he thought it over, having no idea how he wanted to grow. At the very least, he decided that Mind Master was out. He was pretty sure his promise not to take mind jobs anymore didn't matter since the roughly 1,000 he had in his head wasn't causing him pain or strain, but he didn't see any need to take it, at least at the moment, but from there he didn't actually know where to go or what he wanted to do. At a loss, he looked back at his card, hoping something on it would stand out and help, but came up blank. Okay, let's think about this reasonably, he told himself. I already know that enchanting counts as a crafting skill, and since material manipulation is a combination of material user, destruction, and material knowledge, then every part of it should be getting bonuses from my crafting jobs too. So I'd technically be training all of them by taking a crafting job, but at the same time, crafting jobs don't give bonuses to my mana and mana regen, both of which I want more of, so an enchanter job or master material mage would be better, but then what would I even do with either of them? The moment he asked that question, though, he felt it snap into place as he had to stop himself from taking the job he wanted then and there before he tested anything. If I can still do it, then it will absolutely be worth it to take Master Material Mage. I just need to know if I'm capable of it on my own without stealing mana from others. With that thought clear in his head, he put the crystal down and let himself focus, every mind he had thinking about one thing: iron. The weight, the density, the feel in his hands, and the sensation of striking it while it was hot with his hammer. He thought about information on it that was less commonly known, only available to him so easily because of his lessons from Quillith. Its melting point and boiling points, its atomic structure, and how that reality's version of atoms would join together to make a greater whole. He thought about the shine and weight, even the taste from getting any slivers in his mouth. With everything he had, he thought about what iron was before grabbing hold of the mana within him and forcing it out, creating a ball of the substance in his hand as it materialized before his eyes. All at once he felt woozy, his mana dipping shockingly low from creating a sphere of the stuff no bigger than a baseball, but despite that he couldn't keep the grin from his lips as he held it, lifting it to his eyes and looking it over. He'd really done it. He'd taken intangible mana and changed it into the physical matter of the universe with his knowledge and skill. He didn't care how much it had cost him to make such a small amount. With his regeneration, it would only be 14 minutes till he could make more and see just what else he could create. I'm taking Master Material Mage. Without Thera there to help him, there wasn't much way for him to explore how Connect had grown, meaning that he'd be using the time to focus on the potential his magic now held. And after only a few minutes of waiting, he immediately put it to the test, imbuing the iron sphere he'd just made with his power and watching as the shape of it changed in a second, going from a ball to a perfect replica of his head. Even the hair, which in the past had to be done by digging lines in the metal to just replicate the look, was now real strands of iron, so light and thin that if his mana wasn't holding it all together they'd break. So my speed and skill at manipulating the stuff I work with has shot right up then, huh? That's excellent, but not exactly unpredicted. Let's see how else it's grown. As he said it, he raised his bust in the air through mana alone, not using the cost-saving measure he'd discovered in the past of keeping it to a small section, but letting it flood the whole thing before flying it around as fast as he could, watching it move in a blur. He could feel his mana dropping as he did it, but slowly at a workable pace. And if I can do this, then I might be able to do even more. With the thought so clear in his mind, he needed to test it out, and without another second he got out of bed to move to the window, seeing the devastation beyond. He felt his gut tighten as he looked at it but suppressed the feeling with all he had. He could feel bad again later, right now he was working, so he opened it up before pulling a marble's worth of metal from his statue, loading it with as much force as he could, and shot it off. It was another drain to him, but it gave the exact result he'd been hoping for. The small bullet was gone in a flash and he knew he could do a few more, meaning that he finally had a magic attack in his arsenal. Not the best one, but in a pinch it could save his life. And in a lot of ways too. It's not like I need to materialize that much every time. I could absolutely make a bullet and fire it off immediately. Oh man, this has potential. Potential that needed to be refined. As exciting as it wasn't the combat aspect that hung in his mind, but the act of materialization he wanted to dive into more to see all he could do, and with his mana returning to him he was going to focus on exactly that. So my knowledge on the material affects the mana cost, but I already knew that. What matters more is that it seems like with only a couple annoying exceptions, everything else is basically the same to materialize. Those annoying exceptions were the magic materials, with the volume he could make of each one minor in comparison to the other elements of the world. While he could make an amount of mithril about the size of a large grape, the amount of morbusal and orichalcum was half of that, along with white mana crystal ending up the size of a pea, and rainbow was no more than a grain of sand. It made sense, unfortunately. His lessons from Quillith on those materials were lighter, so he had less chemical properties to use while doing the spell, and the mana crystals seemed to need not just the mana to create them, but the amount they'd store as well. Hell, the only reason I can make so much mithril is because Myriad's people knew plenty about it and my generous god shared the knowledge. Still, all of that's at least better than Deathstone. I can't cheese it by using Connect, so looks like I'm only making non-affinitied magic materials from now on. At least it will be good practice. Depending on how his later tests to borrow mana went, there was a chance he'd be able to stop having to buy from Abris and Pelenia, instead using Thera's mana to make what he needed. It was an appealing prospect and seemed like it would give excellent experience for both his job and skill, so it was something to experiment with later. Other than that, it looked like there was a small boost in the cost if he was making compounds composed of different elements, but it was nowhere near what he'd expected it to be. It seemed as long as he knew what he was going for and could properly visualize it, then that was enough to keep him from spending all of his mana. That did, however, lead to a different test, extraction. Unlike before, he was now able to thoroughly combine 2 or more different substances and separate them again with his magic alone. His level of control overwhelming compared to where it was in the past. And I'm going to make sure I keep getting better too. At a lot of stuff, it seems. It was as that notification rang out in his head that he heard the door open, Thera returning, looking exhausted from whatever she'd been off to, only for it to change to a deep blush as she saw him. "Did you really not bother putting on pants all day?" "Ah, got a little distracted, sorry," he said with a laugh, rushing to get dressed before going to hug her. "So where were you off to? It's gotten pretty late?" "Ugh, it's been such a long day," she complained, resting her head against his chest. "I had to go and basically talk the Great Spirits into not abandoning the world, and from there I saw a hospital that was stuffed with patients, so I went in to help, but then they asked if I'd be willing to go to a different one after, and I couldn't say no, and I'm really hoping you'll cook dinner," she asked with an upturned glance, getting a laugh from him as he went to begin exactly that as he started pulling out ingredients stored in the room, with her moving beside him to help only a moment later. "You can relax, you know," he told her. I've had a very chill day. Go take a load off. This counts as relaxing. So what did you do today? 'Cause there's a lot of stuff in the room that wasn't here before. Ah, just a bit of this, he said, wanting to show off as he held his hand in front of her eyes, materializing a lump of silver in the shape of a small flower before handing it over. I cannot begin to express how insanely jealous I am, she told him as she took it, her eyes wide from surprise. There aren't many mages living at any time who can materialize their mana ben. And I'm pretty sure you're the only living one who can do it with non-affinitied magic. Ah shucks, you're gonna make me blush. Anyway, I needed to experiment with that a bunch today, so that was most of my time, but I'm hoping you'll let me test how Connect changed with you after we eat. Sure. I still can't believe you got 2 new awakened skills. 3 actually. They hadn't talked about the changes to his status the night before, wanting to ignore the world and focus on each other for a bit. But it wasn't something he could keep from her forever, so he took out his card as he cooked and handed it over, watching her face react to each change she was seeing. Okay. Are you sure connecting with me isn't going to kill me? Was the first thing she asked. Like all of your missing mind skills went into focus, right? Connecting with you would already give people headaches, and unnatural mind sounds ominous. Do I even want to know how many minds are in your head right now? Ahem. A very normal, very reasonable 998. He told her awkwardly as she stared back, waiting for him to say that was a joke but getting nothing. You can't be serious. I unfortunately am. I've seen what happened the last time your mind split, Ben. How did that not kill you? It would be shocking if you were only in crippling pain. According to Myriad and whatever gods he spoke with about it, they seem to think that I'm now thinking with my soul. My brain is now a nice little decoration that governs my bodily processes. But that's about it. Okay, is connecting with you going to kill me then? 'Cause I'm pretty sure feeling that would blow up my brain. Hey now, my 9th level hidden mind also merged into it, it will be fine. I wouldn't ask you if I thought I'd hurt you, you know? MMH true? She relented, though still seemed concerned. In that case, I guess I have till we're done eating to prepare myself. It will be great. Maybe better than great, don't you worry. I'm absolutely worried. After their simple meal, they began with Ben having 2 main things to test. How he could take mana from someone, and the distance he could now use his skill from. He took Thera's hand and carefully connected to her, making sure that almost all of his minds were split between either meditating or hiding everything, just to be sure that not a hint would slip through to her in a way that would be uncomfortable as he was faced with something he'd never expected to deal with. He was seeing through her eyes. He'd gone through the same thing when he'd connected with his copy in an alias trial, as well as when he'd connected to a homunculus, but never with a regular person. In fact, he was experiencing all of her senses, seeing himself as she looked at him, feeling her heart beating and her face warm. He couldn't affect any of it himself, but it was already so much more than he'd expected. So it looks like Deep Connection is a pretty apt name. It was both interesting and unexpected, but not what he was specifically looking for, so he moved on to feeling her skills, making sure he could take from them like he thought he'd be able to as he replaced 2 of his 4 destroyed rings right off the bat, getting the first level of both her spiritual earth and life magic. He had no clue what he'd been attempting when they'd been destroyed, but that just left him needing to replace his space and barrier rings to be back to the normal set he made sure to keep with him. Though I actually need to replace everything, don't I? Gotta get all of the awakened skills I can, with magics being the priority. Maybe a visit to Jake and his teachers is in order. It was something to decide on later, with that working out exactly as he'd so desperately hoped in all of his months trying to awaken Connect. He moved on to trying to feel her mana, the same way he did any time he would make her a new brace. Only this time he felt himself latch onto it instead of it slipping through his grasp like when he'd first tried so long ago and he needed to work to keep his pure elation from slipping through as he took out his card. Quickly materialized a grain of rainbow mana crystal to wipe out his internal supply and tried to bring some of hers over, with it going different from how he'd expected. He had thought that he'd be measuring how fast he could pull it to him, but the experience had been different than that. What he got was not a constant flow, but a lump sum of 169, a total of 20% of his mana. He could keep drawing more from her to replace that, but he couldn't help but think there was something else going on. Even if he could just keep taking more, the volumes he'd been able to materialize at once during the battle didn't feel like they made sense if that was what was happening, so he spoke up, wanting to try something else. "Thera, can you do me a favor and try and run your mana through me like you would a staff?" Ordinarily, that would do nothing if it wasn't something like a healing spell acting on his body. But he was trying to discover the limits of his skill, so she did as he asked, pushing through what felt like a small amount to her as he dealt with an experience he couldn't put into words but knew was terrible. Mana was stored in the soul. How did one describe the feeling of having it so overstuffed? It was nothing he'd gone through before, at least nothing he could remember, but he wanted it out of him as fast as possible, so he once again created some rainbow mana crystal from it, this time ending with a quantity comparable to a fingernail as he pulled away. "Okay, so that's not super fun," he muttered. "But on the other hand, if having 7 million mana pass through me didn't tear my soul apart, then I have to assume it's mostly harmless and the savings might make it worth it. If it hurts, then don't worry about saving money," Thera told him firmly. "You're literally rich." "Ah, but if I don't need to pay any material costs, then I'll be even richer," he told her with a laugh. "But it looks like I can take from you without having your mana running through me, so I might do that instead, even if it will take a bit longer to get that sort of volume. Okay, and if I'm out here seeing if I can take anything new, it would be really, really cool if—" Nope, that failed. Darn. He still couldn't enchant with the affinities of others, which he couldn't help but see as a shame. If he could do such a thing, then all of his mana costs would be able to drop considerably whenever he enchanted anything, but considering all of the other ways the skill had grown, it was a minor disappointment. "Oh well, can't win them all," he muttered to himself before focusing back on Thera. "Let's see. I suppose before I try the new distance bits of my skill, I should also see if there's any change to the mind aspects, if you don't mind? Alright, since it looks like your skill isn't killing me, then go for it." With the first tests done, she was a lot less hesitant, so he took her hand again, connecting to her but paying attention to her thoughts, not her mana or skills. He did feel like he was picking up a bit more subtlety than usual, but that was about it. Just seeing a little beneath the surface, but not in a meaningful way, at least not till he tried to press farther and felt himself going through to the deeper layers of her mind as her recent memories flashed before her eyes and he pulled away. "Okay. Yeah. I can see that being pretty freaking useful depending on the circumstances." "Oh gods, what? What did you just do?" "Nothing bad. I swear. It just looks like I can read memories on top of minds now." It was something that had the potential to have a lot of uses, but none he really cared too much about. The aspects he'd already seen had applications far more relevant to his work, so he moved on to the final test as he let go of her hand but kept the connection up and walked away until it broke. About 2 meters. Presumably, that means 1 meter per level unless the distance grows more with each one instead of being fixed, but either case is excellent. Plus, combined with my other skills, this could be really, really useful. Just gotta see how it works with the other aspects. He brought up the connection again, trying to test the 2 other things he'd done and finding them both work. He could take her mana from a distance, even if she couldn't move her mana through him like that, as well as enchant with her skills, leaving him hard-pressed to restrain the joy that seeing how his skill had grown was bringing him. While his crafting, enchanting, and magic had grown in depth, Connect seemed more comparable to the way Sacrilege awakened, growing to have significantly more breadth. And then there's the nightmare that is unnatural mind that feels like it grew in both. He now had 6 awakened skills, all of them powerful and all of them he was happy to put to full use. He could already envision ways of combining them together, but most of them were nothing against his most important pair. Enchanting and Connect, as soon as he gathered more awakened skills to make rings with, he'd be well on his way to making legendary items, maybe even pushing beyond that. There had never been an enchanter in the world who'd been able to access as many Tier 2 skills as he now could, and he couldn't wait to test the potential that came with such a thing. It was early the next morning that they both headed out, the air thick with spirits around them as they went. Thera had taken the time to fill him in on just what had happened with her and the spirits in greater detail the night before as they made their way through the gate to meet someone for the first time in years. The Apostle of Oro, the skill master Zandale. Ben had been looking forward to it from the moment that Thera told him. He'd liked his fellow apostle well enough when they'd first met, so it would be nice to catch up. But just as important was the chance for him to make even more skill rings, with Ben materializing as many as he could through the night to make up for the fact that he didn't have too many blank ones on him left after all of the enchanting he'd done at the tower. That wasn't enough for him either, though. As they made their way through All Faith, he kept deep connection up all around him, leaving him at the center of a 4-meter circle as his powerful new mental structure quickly examined everyone who went within his range, letting him see if there were any worthwhile skills to grab, or even better, any awakened skills. It might be a bit much to hope for, but so long as I keep this up, I'm sure I'll find someone eventually. Plus, I have that old deal with Quillith, so I should be getting skills from every gray on the planet too. Just gotta arrange a time to meet. He'd only gained 2 new first-tier ones during their walk through the city, but that was fine. He already knew this was going to be a habit for him, and his library would slowly grow, getting a bit of immediate growth to go with it as the two of them reached their meeting point and went in, finding Zandale and 4 others, presumably his apprentices. Ben let his mind scroll through the sheer volume of skills they all possessed, the 4 strangers having lower levels of the same teacher, borrower, learner, and lender skills that made Zandale so sought after, but many different ones from each other too. They clearly had different affinities, and if he had to guess from the look of things, he would have assumed that they must have all gone off on their own ways to gather and learn skills, only occasionally meeting up to share the ones they could if they couldn't find any strangers to practice with. But that was even better news for him as he discreetly began copying them onto skill rings, materializing even more into his pocket at the same time as the tentacled apostle greeted them. "Thera, isn't it lovely to see you again?" he began politely before turning to Ben. "And well, if it isn't the mad apostle himself. How many people are calling me that?" "Probably everyone who saw what you did," he said with a laugh. "But don't worry, Oro explained the conflict between the two of you, and I don't intend to hold it against you. It truly is nice to see you both again. So every apostle, oracle, and head priest probably knows what happened, huh? That does feel like it might get complicated in the future." He ignored his god, letting Thera talk as she gave the other apostle a deep bow. "Zandale, I'm sorry I dragged you into this. It was the only thing I could think of to keep the spirits from abandoning the world." There's nothing to apologize for. My plans may have had to change because of this, but I'd rather we not lose that sort of fighting force, and it's not like this is going to keep me from training my skills, so shall we begin?" They only had 1 dark resistance amulet with them, so they handed it to each of the 5 there before one by one they touched Thera's hand, all of them copying her skill. None of Zandale's apprentices were of the same species, but each of them reacted the same way after getting the skill, looking into the air around them. "So those are spirits?" one muttered, surprising Thera as they did. "Wait, you can see them now?" "Of course. Should we not be able to?" another asked. I don't actually know. I always could, so I didn't realize it was a part of the skill. I guess this works out easier for everyone though." Originally, she'd expected that each mage who ended up getting the skill was going to have to just sit down and use it for a set hour each day as the spirits assign themselves to different ones, or else only the awakened magic holders who should have naturally been able to see them thanks to their mana sense would be taking the role. If that wasn't the case, then that meant there'd be no risk of anyone losing their time or mana if nobody showed up. With that, they all began their practice to gain the skill, Thera explaining everything she knew about it to give them the best odds of success as Ben stayed at the side. While he couldn't see the spirits the way they all could, he could still see something thanks to King of Sacrilege pointing out the faith within them, as well as picking up any that were in range of his connect as a question came to his mind. "Wait, but spirits don't have gods, so why would I be seeing them giving off faith? Maybe I'm wrong and that's not what I'm seeing? Or maybe I'm seeing faith in general and it doesn't need to be going to anything divine. They have faith in Thera, right? And presumably the great spirits, too." Still, it made him curious and he wanted another look, so he tried something, letting himself experience the senses of all of the typical mortals in the room, as well as a spirit of each affinity as he felt his mind's reel despite the power behind it. When he'd looked through Thera's eyes the night before, he'd learned she hadn't experienced the world in the exact way he had. But the difference was subtle. That wasn't true of everyone else, especially Zandale and the spirits. His fellow apostle lacked eyes, but his tentacles seemed to have a level of photosensitivity, and combined with what seemed like echolocation, it let the man perceive the world around him in a way totally foreign to Ben's brain. Beyond that, though, was how the spirits viewed the world, all of them lacking any normal sensory organ, as they each instead perceived mana at a level of detail he didn't think a mortal could replicate, as well as a natural perception of their particular affinity as he felt water vapor through the air from one, the ground beneath them from another, where light was striking, and so much more. It was as interesting as it was overwhelming, so for the time being he broke off the various connections and stuck to looking through Thera's eyes, seeing the spirits around as she did as thousands of small points of mana. Beautiful. It gave the world a feeling of magic that he thought he'd long gotten used to, even if seeing them like that did leave him stabbed with guilt. They were alive, they were innocent people, and no matter if he didn't know what he was doing, he'd killed so many of them. This wasn't just an animal to be hunted or a bastard he didn't like. Despite wanting to, he couldn't just brush away his wrongdoing, no matter what anyone said. Don't think about it. What was done was done. Racking himself with guilt wouldn't help anyone. He just needed to distract himself from his thoughts. Lucky for him, there were 5 people there who could help with just that. After all, as nice as it was to get more skill rings, it would be a waste to not try and use those around him for all they were worth. "So Zandale," he began casually, "I can't help but notice how you're here and I'm here, and you have a bunch of skills that can be taught, and I have between 3 and 5 skills that none of you have, depending on if you can learn the base skills that went into an awakened one." "You've awakened a skill?" he asked in surprise. "Then it seems congratulations are in order, but I wouldn't be so sure that you have that many. While we can learn skills that have merged into others, I haven't been sitting idly by these last couple years, and my students have largely different skill pools from myself." "Ah, yeah, I'm kind of aware. Hope you don't mind, but I already know what you all have. I awakened Connect so I can use it from a bit of a distance now, and with my enchanting it lets me see your skills." The impression Zandale and his apprentices gave was one of surprise, as well as deep thought before he spoke up. "In principle, I don't mind, however, we don't have the time to be learning any skills from you. In whatever number of days it takes us to master Thera's, we need to be off to start teaching the skill." "So how about a delay on payment then?" Ben asked. "You'll be busy till the end of the war. Why not bet on our survival? Let us learn the skills we can while you're here, and assuming we all live, then we'll meet you to pay after. And if we die, it doesn't really matter, does it?" The Apostle of Oro thought about the prospect quietly. He actually had intended to offer Thera the chance to learn a skill since he was learning one from her, and the time would pass anyway. Why not get the extra practice and teach while he was at it? "Very well. Let's hear the skills you have first, and from there we'll decide." Got him. He could tell Zandale was convinced, so he listed the 5 skills he had that the other apostle and his students lacked, namely material user, destruction, rapid thought speed, absorption resistance, and finally trap knowledge, explaining what he needed to for each in detail. He technically had a couple more too, but like last time, he didn't think any of them would want his sacrilege nor demon skill, and given the lack of guns in the world, there wasn't much point in teaching them marksmanship. And then there's all affinity resistance enhancement. It was a strange feeling to have a skill others couldn't learn because of the difference in their souls. I was always him on the receiving end of that in the past, with everything affinity blocked off from him. The fact that there was basically no chance any of them had the sort of resistances necessary to get that skill in particular left him feeling surprisingly smug, even if that meant he had one less to trade for. "Ha! You really do keep busy, don't you?" Zandale said, breaking him from his thoughts. It had been a long time since I'd had anyone with so many different skills than me when we'd first met. But now, I think it's been quite a few years. "All right, we have a deal. Should I take it you already have something in mind to learn? And Thera, would you like to give my book another look over? Since you're giving us this skill, then it's only fair you get the chance to learn as well, though you'll both have to work hard at it to make sure you get the skills you want before we need to leave. We can't be waiting for either of you, unfortunately." "I actually wanted to talk to you about that too," Ben said, turning to her and trying to look serious. "Thera, I'm giving you a couple of mine, so how do you want your magic to grow?" "What?" She had no clue what he meant, so he tried to make things clear. "We both know you're going to live for a very long time, assuming we all don't die, and with your mana pool, I'd say your potential to make it to the 3rd tier of any magic skill you get is pretty damn high. It's just a matter of how long it takes." I suppose what I'm saying is, do you want to try and learn each non-affinity magic one by one, using the time you have to try and get them all to the third tier? Or do you want to break through and get the non-affinity magic skill like Vasta? She felt her mind go blank at the question. She'd never even considered it. Why would she? The path to getting the skill wasn't just hard, it was outrageous, at least for a normal person. For a person to get the magic, all they had to do was have 4 different options, with all of them at a minimum of the 5th level before awakening one for them to combine together into the new skill. Even in theory it sounded hard, but in practice it was outrageous. Getting that many non-affinity branches wasn't some simple task, and they were difficult to level specifically because of what they were. Without an affinity to lower the mana costs, training those magics was a strain, at least for other people. For her, it wasn't noticeably different from anything else she'd spend. Maybe her telekinesis was harder to level than her other magics, but at least the cost of the spells wasn't a factor to make it worse. With all of that, she understood where he was coming from. If she was going to live for so long, it could be nice to have so many branches of magic to work on, training them one by one to pass the time, slowly getting them each to the pinnacle of their potential if she could. If she actively tried to combine them into non-affinity magic at the 2nd tier, then she wouldn't be able to learn more after that. Admittedly, the skill would basically be just as good given the sheer flexibility of it, but it would be cutting her off from that potential bit of growth forever. The longer she thought about it, though, the more she was sure it didn't matter. We hopefully just have 2 waves left, right? I'll be a lot more useful for them if I have something like non-affinity magic when they start. I'm not going to worry about some hypothetical future when I need to be focusing on living here and now. She wasn't even going to push back against the prospect of taking his chance to learn some of the skills he was being offered. They both knew that with the power at her fingertips, she'd be able to do a lot in the future battles. It made the most sense to worry about that first. So long as they survived, Ben could always use his fortune to book time with Zandale to learn anything else he wanted to after that. Cool, in that case, it looks like you have a lot of options to choose between. Zandale had the same ones he had in the past, namely enchanting, strengthening, empathy, and corpse song. But between his apprentices, there were 4 new ones. Clairvoyance and mana crystallization, 2 magics that Ben had experienced firsthand in the Dead God's trial, with the first letting one cast their awareness into the surroundings while the latter would let the user temporarily solidify their mana to use for attacks. In addition to that, one also had the barrier magic Ben favored so heavily in his enchanting, as well as scrying, a magic similar to clairvoyance that let the user lock on to a specific target to find it rather than just being able to look around. So you need 3 of them, and that will leave me 3 skills to learn myself. If I can, she muttered. I don't know if you remember, but it took me a while to learn telekinesis. Even if I've gotten better, learning 3 might be a tough order. Well, let me worry about that. You'll only hate how we make it happen a little. And to do that, I'll need to learn my first one. And hope the synergy I'm going to get from this doesn't end up quite as unpleasant as what happened between my old mind skills. He'd spotted the skill he wanted right away. It was one he was sure he'd be able to get in minutes, maybe even seconds, and it was certain to pair very well with a similar skill he found himself getting acquainted with as he walked up to one of the apprentices, a person who he might have mistaken for an emperor penguin if it wasn't for their vibrant green coloring as he reached out his hand. I'll learn thought speed enhancement. Okay, less than a second. He put it to the test and immediately felt the change. With how quickly rapid thought speed was leveling, he could already push his mind faster than he'd ever expected to. But that one level added an additional 5% boost to what he already had, getting him just that much faster. 10% boost. Yeah, this is going to work well. I don't suppose you have the circlet I made you, do you? I left it at home, she told him awkwardly, having no intention of using it if she could help it with how disorienting it had felt the last time she tried one on. No worries, I'll make another now. Fair warning though, it's probably going to be a bit more uncomfortable than the last one, since the goal is getting you your skills before they have to leave. He didn't notice the look of horror on her face as he focused on his arm. Slipping off one of the 3 mithril bands, he kept on it for training his enchanting before using his magic to reshape both it and the mana battery it contained so that it would fit comfortably on her head before working on the enchantments for it. Since the goal was to get her to learn 3 new branches of magic as fast as possible, It meant the experience wasn't going to be the most pleasant, but he decided to make it up to her later in favor of practicality as he designed it to cause her mind to split into three, greatly increasing her awareness as a whole before adding the two newest skills to his name, both of his thought speed skills. It was quick and easy work, and with it done, all that was left was whatever magic Thera wanted to start with as he handed the tool over, seeing the defeated look in her eye. "You okay?" "Just mentally preparing myself to try not to vomit. It's not that bad. I literally live like this. MMH. She was far from convinced but focused on the people with them, already knowing what magics she would be attempting to learn. With the goal being to level them up so she could awaken them all together, that meant she needed to go for ones that would be easy for her, which slimmed down the list considerably. Enchanting required too much technical skill and corpse song required a supply of bodies to practice with, knocking them both off as options, and she had trouble wrapping her head around both clairvoyance and scrying, meaning she'd be going for mana crystallization, empathy, and barrier magic, preferably in that order as she stated her choices, with the centaur who possessed mana crystallization coming forward first to teach it to her. As she put on the circlet he'd thrown together so quickly and fought off the intense feeling of nausea, the room they were in quickly filled with mana constructs as she rushed to learn it as fast as she could, if only to be able to get out of using the tool Ben had given her slightly faster, while he for his part focused on just how he wanted to grow from all of the skills before him. He had two left based on the deal they'd made, so he wanted to use them wisely. The only question was how. He could scratch off all of their affinity skills, but that still left plenty between them all for him to take advantage of. Let's see, I honestly really want another magic too, and I'm pretty certain I could make it happen. My minds could all practice the skills at once and I could just keep refilling my mana from Thera till I get them, but that would only be for my own desires. I'm a craftsman. I need to play to the strengths I have. If we live then I'll treat myself by paying for their services in the future and waste a fortune getting every skill they have that looks fun. But for now, I should aim for whatever would get me closer to making legendary items. He had the same issue as Thera in that sense. He could worry about whatever would come next if he lived to see it, but for the time being, it was more important for him to get the skills that would give him the most use in arming the world. He didn't know how many people on the planet had awakened crafting-type skills, but he knew the number wasn't high, and with Ibaru either dead or being punished for his crimes, the world had just lost one at a pretty pivotal time. He couldn't just indulge himself when he needed to work. Okay, I know what I need to do. This makes things easier. In that case, what would be best for my core skills? He felt his eyes running over all of their skills again before he finally came to his answer. All right, looks like I'll go for fine motor control and lesser inspiration. Are you sure about those? Zandale asked hesitantly. Fine motor control doesn't do too much for hominid types. It's far more handy for those with body structures like my own since it makes it easier to use all of my limbs at once, and lesser inspiration is a skill that's hard to level since it mostly acts on the subconscious. I am. Using my hands is literally my job, so any little boost I can get with it is going to be useful, and I have enough projects that could use a bit of inspiration to bring together. Neither of them were flashy skills, but anything that could let him add a bit of quality to whatever he made was valuable, and lesser inspiration had a lot of potential, especially when combined with the mind skills he already had. From all of the study on skills he'd already done, he understood that it was a rare one that wasn't the most clear in its use. Compared to any knowledge skill, which made it significantly easier for the holder to remember and bring forth information on its related topic, lesser inspiration was for applying that knowledge, making it easier to connect separate ideas into something new. Or at least that was the belief. Unlike other skills, it was hard to test and confirm its effects to know if it really did make a person better at using what was in their heads. But I have a summoning spell to work on, a robot's body to build, and some languages to try and decipher, so I'll take all of the help I can get, no matter how vague the skill effect is. I'm just going to think of it as another mind skill that will make the way I think more powerful. I wouldn't worry, since this isn't one it seems like I'll be able to consciously use. I probably won't be able to speed level it like the other two. Okay, well, first of all, rude. Second though, I still think it's worth it. It shouldn't have the sort of painful interaction I was dealing with in the past, so if its effect is more powerful for the way I think I'm going to take it as a happy bonus. With the decision made, he had the effects of both skills placed on him before trying to put them into practice, materializing lead to draw on the floor in an attempt to work on his motor skills as the rest of his minds played with the various ideas in his head, doing whatever he could to refine what he already had. Holy shit, I'm a god. He ignored Myriad. He was simply feeling too incredible to be brought down. No matter how disorienting the change to his mind had been, its effect on his ability to learn mind skills had been beyond massive. It had been a week since he'd first gotten thought speed enhancement, only a little longer for rapid thought speed, and both of them had made it to the 9th level, bringing the speed he could make himself think at all the way up to 150% faster. When he used it on all of his minds, the world around him felt like it slowed down, moving in slow motion. It was an incredible feeling and one he was looking to push even farther as soon as he could. So how do you think I'll need to awaken the skill? If I put all of my mind into practicing with it at once, then I should be able to get an insane amount of experience for it. It can't be too hard, right? What I'm hearing is that I'm absolutely taking Mind Master next. I may not know how long any advanced variants of it will take, but I'd be shocked if that one takes me more than a day or two to finish with my thoughts like this. Well, sucks to be everyone who doesn't have 1,000 powerful minds in their head, but I'm different. Who knows, maybe I'll just take a month to do it and whatever advanced mind variants pop up after. They continued to chat back and forth as Ben made his way through All Faith. Thera still needed to stay as she finished up helping the last 2 of Zandale's apprentices get her skill. But the others had finished and left just the day before, and he had his own things to do as he went off get more skills for himself in the one place in that city he knew would be agreeable. The home of Amy, Jake, and Yuzu. By going there, Ben would be able to get both archmagic and non-affintied magic on rings, greatly reducing the amount he'd need to carry, at least until he got each individual one on a ring. There were always going to be slight differences in awakened skills, but in general it was safe to assume that something specialized would be more powerful, even if it lacked the flexibility of a less specialized skill. But that doesn't matter in the slightest because I'm going to have every awakened magic to play with after this. At least that was what he'd thought. It was only as he arrived at the gate of the mansion the 3 of them lived in that his hopes were dashed. Sorry, none of them are here at the moment, guard told him when he tried to get in. Won't be back for a couple weeks either. I can take a message if you'd like. Ah, no, it's fine, thanks. That just means I need an alternative. He knew there were solutions available to him, plenty of them in fact. Quillith had visited him just a few days before to talk as they'd agreed, and he knew he'd be meeting up with the various Grey in a month to copy their skills onto rings. But he didn't want to have to wait that long. He did have a different benefit, though, that could cut down on the time and get him a few different skills rings too if he played his cards right. He'd just need some help. So he found a place to sit in the time he had before speaking in his head, grabbing his god's attention again. Okay, so that was a bust, but I've got another option. I'm just going to need you to talk to some of the other gods about it to make it work. It's nothing bad. In fact, it's the opposite of bad. I shouldn't even be the one making this offer. You all should be begging me to do this for you. I'll finish making gate enchantments for the ones that are waiting for them. In exchange, I'll need to meet people with at least the first level of each awakened magic, and what I want for my work is the standard pay for it, as well as to meet a different awakened skill holder at each location. He already knew that there were many unfinished gates set up in the world, just waiting for the day that someone who could complete the enchantments on them would be born. The issue was how rare that was. A gate enchantment could only be made if the enchanter had an awakened enchanting, space magic, and time magic. Considering how uncommon it was for a person to have a single awakened skill, it was no surprise that centuries had passed since the last time, but now he was there to fill that niche. Okay, well, ignoring that last bit, I have a few things that can make everything I'm asking for more than worth it. I have a theory on how to lower the mana cost of the gates by a significant margin if I use every branch of magic in making the enchantment, so if it works then you'll all be able to have even more gates set up without needing to go quite so hard with all of the magic materials they take. But just as importantly, I'll be able to do it faster than whatever enchanters made them in the past. It usually takes, what, a week to complete one? If you give me an awakened space mage to get me around as well, I'll be able to finish multiple a day. He had 3 main benefits that would let him work through it all incredibly fast compared to others. He had his unnatural mind, which would let him work on multiple parts of the enchantment at once. He had Thera and his awakened connect, which together would let him access boundless mana so he wouldn't need to worry about regenerating it as he went. And the final benefit in his arsenal was his thought speed skills. He could enchant as fast as he could think as long as he had the mana for it, meaning that the speed of his work had just gotten quicker by an outrageous margin. Looking at all of that together, he thought the chances of being turned down were exceptionally slim. There were a few cities in the world that were close to invasion points yet didn't have a functioning gate to make things easier on them. The fact that he was around to help could be considered a blessing, and the more gates he made the better off people as a whole would be. It was entirely possible that some of them might not want to go along with him because of personal reasons, but if the gods as a whole really did try to do what was best for their people, then they wouldn't refuse when the little extra he was asking for wouldn't actually cost anything. And if they do refuse, I'll just have to make it publicly known that they've put their personal feelings above helping the world as a whole. Excellent, in that case just gotta make sure Thera is free for it. When he got back, he found Zandale's 2 remaining apprentices still hard at work with their practice while Thera was laying on the ground. Staff stretched into the air as a myriad of spells flew around her. Aided by the circlet she was still wearing despite her intense desire to throw it away and never look back. She'd acquired the 3 magic she wanted. All that was left was training them to raise her levels enough that she could reach her goal and from there never look back. "How's it all going?" he asked as she saw him, putting her practice on pause as she got up. "MMH, it looks like I'm pretty compatible with empathy at least, 'cause I've already gotten a level to it. Also, I never want to experience a mind skill again. Maybe they're just easier to deal with when they're actually yours instead of being forced on you? I kind of doubt that. So how were they? Are we meeting for dinner later?" Sadly no. They weren't there and I guess they won't be back for a while, so I'm trying to swing an alternative. Don't suppose you're interested in helping with it, 'cause it will probably only be a week or 2 of work and we should be getting paid well on top of whatever skills I can grab. As long as we aren't doing it till these 2 are done, then sure, what's the plan? He ran her through the proposal he'd given his god and watched her eyes light up as he did. "Sounds pretty fun. Guess we probably won't have time for any exploring doing that though. Will we? Probably not, sorry. Don't worry about it. Any city that joins the network will be easy to travel to later on, so we'll just need to see if anything catches our eyes for the future." The future? Huh? That sounds nice. He didn't want to fall into defeatism, so he took the statement for what it was and tried to keep himself from thinking too deeply on whatever the future was going to hold, even if he had to fight against the tide of his minds to keep them under control. "So how's it look, Doc?" "Well, it looks like we were right," Hellori told him as she pulled her arms out of his chest. "You're definitely thinking with your soul. There's a few other differences that are pretty pronounced too, but nothing you wouldn't expect an awakened skill holder to have to one extent or another, so it's nothing worrying. All in all, I'd say you're fine. There's no strain." Love to hear that. He was getting checked just to be on the safe side, but he hadn't been worried. He really did feel fine compared to previous months of agony, so even if there had been an issue, he probably wouldn't have cared if it wasn't causing any obvious suffering to himself. "Just try not to discover any more disruptive skill combinations," she sighed. "Now that we're aware it's even possible, we actually need to keep an eye out for these sorts of things." You went thousands of years without it being a problem until this point. I'd say it's not a major concern, though I would be curious about what else could cause it. Maybe if a person got too many skills that buff themselves? Or the right combination of enhancement skills. Maybe if I have some spare time, I'll go through my books and see if anything seems like it would do it. "Please don't," Myriad begged. "I can already tell that you'd want to test to see if you're right. I mean, not on myself at least, but don't worry, with all I have to do, I don't think I'll ever actually have spare time again. Are we all set for the gate construction? We'll have everyone there tomorrow for you, and an awakened skill holder will either meet you in the cities you're building gates if there's one there, or else some more will be sent to meet you after you're done." Sweet. He'd been a little surprised that things had gone so smoothly. Even if he'd expected to get his way in the end, he'd been prepared for far more pushback that never came. If his god was to be believed, it seemed that none of them up there had even argued his request. "Lucky you now have an ability far too useful for any god to want to fight you in a case like this, especially since you really weren't asking for much," Hellori said as she walked away from him before jumping up to perch herself atop of Myriad. Of course, as a trade-off, if word gets out among the mortals, then even more are going to try and recruit you. The gods won't spill the beans about your skill, but they'll be readying their pitches for it if it comes out naturally. MMH, I've already had a couple ask me about recruiting you to their nations. Myriad sighed. Ignoring the sacrilege, your build is becoming pretty incredible, all things considered. Just the fact that you can materialize a huge range of matter is enough to pile on your value. Ah shucks guys, you're gonna make me blush. And while we're on the topic, Miss Goddess of Magic and Knowledge, any advice to give on materializing in general? The more I can cut down on the mana cost, the better off I am, so I'll take anything you can give. There's not much to advise you on, she shrugged. You've already got the hang of it as far as I can tell. The only way you're lowering the cost more is by learning more about the materials you want to create or by raising your skill level. Of course, being able to materialize at all is basically cheating when it comes to leveling your skills. I'm not sure how it will apply to a non-affinitied one, but it's excellent experience considering how challenging it is, and the more you can make the better. Interesting, so my path for leveling it is going to involve increasing my total knowledge on materials as a whole and putting it into practice. That's doable then. I'm already solid for making pretty much any raw element, which means from here I need to focus on making compounds and the structural aspects of how a material is set up. This is easy. I'll have another level out of this before you know it. Neither of them were doubting that. Even ignoring all he'd done in the battle, what he'd shown in the last few days as he experimented with his limits made it obvious enough he was going to put his all into the skill, and it was already reflected in his job experience. And then other than that, I just need to focus on every other thing that's taking up my spare time. I need a skill that would let me move as if there were more hours in the day instead of just thinking like there is. With the growth of Connect, he was going to be significantly farther when it came to rebuilding Onyx's body than he had been in the past. That just left him with his ever-mind-numbing summoning spell to work through. And if I combine my mind skills with Thera pouring her mana into me, I should be able to at least do the enchanting part of testing each section faster. It's just examining every spell effect from there. Which means it will still take me thousands of hours, not even counting when I'll need to start combining blocks, which will only add more thousands of hours of work to it. Jesus, okay, I definitely need to think of a better option. And I need to start trying to solve easier problems in life. When they woke up in the morning, Ben made a quick breakfast before he and Thera headed to the gate to go back to All Faith. Finding the crowd they were waiting for off to the side as Steph ran over, hugging them both. Will didn't want to come for the adventure? He asked after greeting his friend, getting a shake of her head as he did. He's stuck training today. He's really trying to get a level to his combat skills before the next wave. As he should be, her teacher, Wedro said. Both of you growing is important. I believe you've both seen that firsthand now. Steph fell silent, remembering what had ended as only one day of combat and ultimately how powerless she'd felt as Ben cleared his throat. And it's nice to see you again too, Wedro. Now, I'm all good if you want to get started. He nearly reached out to touch the giant worm but stopped himself, trying to break the force of habit as he instead stretched out his connect to take everything he needed from both him and the 6 others around who had the other magics he lacked, placing each one on one of the many rings that covered his fingers as he held out his hand to admire them all, smiling brightly as he did. Oh yeah, check me out with a new, overwhelming level of power. I'm definitely going to let this go to my head. He ignored his god's comment as he imagined all he might be able to do with what he now had, only keeping all of his minds from wandering enough that he stepped through the portal Wedro opened as the 4 of them got on their way to their first destination. After only a few quick jumps, they managed to get to their first destination. A city named Castlelto. It was another mixed city, bustling like any other he'd been to as his eyes darted around to the many sights, trying to take everything in for their brief time there as he considered if it would be worth a second visit in the future. Not that I need to decide that now, of course. After this, I can pop by any time I'm near a gate. Which was exactly where they were going as they walked to the city's center, seeing the very structure that was their reason for being there. Like any other gate, it was a huge metal arch just waiting to be stepped through, but unlike the ones he'd seen in the past, it lacked the enchantment that made it work, the archway just leading to the other half of the city instead of the network it was all but begging to be a part of. Something he was eager to correct. He had his deep connection set up and spread out, letting him know that the awakened skill holder he was waiting for was already there and leaning against the arch, looking around in wonder about just why he'd been asked to be there as Ben discreetly took a copy of his skill, Advanced Calculation. "Hey there, you're all good to go," he yelled out to him, getting a confused look in return. Sorry? Someone asked you to wait here to meet a guy named Ben, right? That's me. Got what I needed, so you're all set. Okay?" Still clearly confused by how the interaction he'd been asked to take part in by his god had gone down, the man left, leaving Ben to focus on the structure as he ran his hands over it. "Oh, you're beautiful," he muttered. "Whoever was in charge of putting you together did such a good job. I wonder how many decades or centuries ago they did it. Either way, today you finally get to fulfill your purpose." "Ben, this is getting weird," Thera chimed in as the three of them watched him talk to the arch. "Let me get a little emotional. Not only is making a gate a huge deal, it's my first time getting to properly use my Connect since it awakened. This is a special moment. And it will be a special moment for the city as a whole once you begin, so if you would?" Wedro asked, clearly wanting to get it over with as Ben gave in. Fine, you bunch of killjoys. In that case, Thera, would you mind starting to pour your mana into me, and then carry us across to all of the parts one can't reach?" "Can do." With that she got behind him and placed a hand on his back, before creating a barrier beneath their feet with her new magic as practice before letting loose her power, leaving Ben struggling against the feeling of having his soul stretched out by the force of it all. Every part of it was unpleasant, but as long as he focused it was nothing he couldn't handle compared to so much he'd experienced in the past, so he did exactly that, pushing everything away but the rings on his fingers and the metal under his touch as he opened a connection to the enchantments, letting himself grab onto what he had as he began placing them down. Since it was his first time doing it, he wanted to start with the traditional method, using only space and time magic to build it up as he faithfully recreated everything he'd read, selecting the aspects of each mana he needed before weaving them all together into a thick tapestry while Thera moved them along. "You can move us a fair bit faster if you're able," he told her, knowing that as long as her mana was pouring into him, that he was unrestrained by his standard limit of how fast he could enchant. At the speed they were taking to travel along the arch, he thought they'd be done in 15 minutes, but using the standard method of gate construction he was sure he could be done in 5 and was able to prove as much when she moved all of the faster until they reached the other end of the arch, the view through it changing from the city to the entrance of the network as soon as he did. All around him, people who'd been walking by stopped to stare at it, shocked expressions on their faces. It had finished so quickly that word hadn't even had the chance to spread that the gate would be finished after all of its years of waiting, let alone at a speed that stunned all who had watched in wonder at what he was doing, including 2 of the people he'd come with. Both Wedro and Steph had known what he'd be doing and they'd known he'd be fast, but they'd been expecting a matter of hours, not the minutes they'd just witnessed. It was an outrageous feat that could only be accomplished when his minds and skills were combined with Thera's mana to go beyond the standard limits of what was possible. "And it looks like I have one more benefit with how my skills have grown too. I was able to place the current level of the skill I have down instead of being stuck doing one level below. Oh man, this is going to be fun." "Well then," he began with a smug grin plastered on his face, feeling the success of what he'd just created. "Shall we move on to the next one?" The route they were taking was all planned out and they reached the next gate not long after, the 2 space mages pushing themselves to make sure the journey was quick as they arrived at the next arch, another person waiting to meet Ben at their god's request, only to be sent away the second after he showed up as he took their skill without so much as a greeting. For the second one, he attempted to change things. If it didn't work he'd destroy the enchantment and replace it with the typical one, but he'd had the idea of how to alter it kicking around his head for ages now, and he wasn't going to pass up the opportunity to put it into action as Thera once again raised him into the air, letting his hands run along the arch as he connected to all of his rings, using his own system of enchanting instead of the more standard we've won as he put it all together into a greater whole. It ended up taking the same amount of time as the last due to the greater complexity of what he'd just done. But the enchantment itself was shockingly smaller and his minds were already looking at how to simplify it further, wanting to cut off any useless parts of the spell as the gate opened up, garnering the same responses as before from the city's onlookers. There really is a world of difference between just planning something and properly testing it out. Now that I'm looking at it, I think I might actually be able to get the mana cost down by another quarter if I'm lucky. It will take a bit of refining, but hey, I've got over 100 more I can do to practice bringing it down, and from there, a whole other dream might just be possible. Ben, Steph spoke up, pulling him from his thoughts. I know we're both here to help you get to each gate faster, but if you're going to be finishing them at this speed the entire time, I think we'll need an actual break after another 5. We'd been expecting to let our mana recover in the downtime, but that really doesn't look like it's going to happen. That is a bit of an issue, isn't it? His mana regen was one of the properly good attributes he'd come to the world with and had only gotten better with all of his practice and the skills he'd awakened, but most mages might need an hour or two to get back to their top if they let themselves get too close to empty, and given that long-distance space magic could be intense, that meant that both Wedro and Steph had been burning a lot for him. But then, I already have a bit of a potential solution to that, don't I? Boy oh boy, looks like I've got another thing to test. Well, first then, let's see if I'm able to help at all with that. He told her happily before moving to do 2 things. Taking her hand, he opened a connection with her and from there poured his mana through it. And that works. Excellent. Connect had always been a very two-way skill, letting the recipient of it see into the mind of the user in the same way their mind would be watched, at least until he got his hidden mind skill, and it kept up that property as Steph squirmed, not feeling the sort of pain he dealt with under Thera's massive strength, but a smaller bit of discomfort that came from her soul not absorbing mana at its own pace, but having it forced within her. All right, not a crazy fan of that experience, she muttered as he laughed. Sorry, but you might have to put up with it. If I keep topping you both up, then combined with how fast I'm able to do this, you can forget a week. I could get us done this in less than 2 days if you all don't mind giving up your sleep. We are not giving up sleeping just to have this done a few days early, Thera told him firmly, knowing that Ben was dead serious about it and seeing that the other 2 wouldn't argue no matter how much they wanted to given the importance of what they were doing. Fine then, for days. Still not bad. I'll be done plenty earlier than expected, so all that matters is that the higher-ups keep up their end of the deal. In that case, hope Polinia's feeling appreciative as my continued actions make her richer and richer. Maybe? I'm getting to the point where I don't know if I could actually spend all of this in a lifetime, but I'm not going to start working for free. Irrelevant. Doing free work to help out common people is different from doing free work for nations, and I'm sure I'll be able to find a use for all of that somewhere. Who knows, maybe I could go and get myself a full staff to help take some of the load off of me. He gave the thought with a small chuckle, only for it to fade as he felt his eyes widen. He had so many projects, but there really wasn't a need for him to test everything alone, and the money that was rolling in from his god potions each day was already more than enough for him to be able to hire dozens of people and pay them well for their work. It was just a matter of knowing what he could delegate and finding individuals he could trust to do the projects he needed. Okay, there's an actual idea, he muttered under his breath as the others looked at him. But one for later. I'm getting this done and then I'll figure out that whole ridiculous logistics thing. He still had days of work after all and wanted to get it done as fast as possible, so he kept the idea in the back of his head as they went off to their next destination. In the days that followed, word spread fast as the gate network drastically expanded with each hour as he added more, with common people from other gate cities understanding what was happening through their own mix-ups. When a new gate was added to the network, the ones already within it would shift, making room for the new one as many of them had a change in neighbors depending on where they ended up, creating plenty of room for misunderstandings. There were many people in the world who might live in one city and go to work in another depending on what they do, or employees of one government rushing through multiple to contact others around the world, and if any of them went to the spot they typically would, they'd find themselves in the wrong one due to the shift. Some would think it was just a simple mistake on their part, but more than a few were able to see the truth of it and feel the joy that accompanied such a fact. The gate network was expanding, meaning a person with the necessary skills to do all that needed to be done to make such a thing possible had been born. It was a thing to be celebrated, and any that understood that would make a mental note to try and be more aware of how it would change in the coming months, only to be faced with the sheer rapidness it was growing at immediately. Either after coming back from whatever business they'd have, be it hours or days later, many found that their gates hadn't been moved 1 or 2 spots, but dozens, all in a span that felt impossible against just how complex a gate was. If they could be created so quickly and easily, then there wouldn't be centuries between their construction. Nor would there be cities across the globe with unenchanted gates, waiting for their chance to grow and join the world like that, all of which pointed to one thing as far as many were concerned: the birth of a monster who, after a few short days of work, had permanently altered the shape of the world. Ben, for his part, not knowing or caring how his work was being perceived, had more important things to focus on as he sat up in Myriad's realm with the gods he was acquainted with, wanting to get a different idea explored rather than waste time on something he'd already finished with. "So here's what I'm thinking," he began. "With the destruction of Craftsman's Tower, there's plenty of enchanters that are out of work. Nair, how many competent ones are you aware of, and of them, how many would be willing to move for a job? Also, since I'm not exactly the administrative type, I'd need someone who could be in charge of everything. Oh, and I'm going to need there to be ones for every affinity of magic, plus a couple with non-affinity options. Right, and I think we should be aiming for people that are 6th level in both skills, but I'd go down to 5 if you think it would work." "Well, I can think of a couple who would fit the bill, and I can ask a few other crafting gods if they have anyone who could use the work. But first, why?" Unlike Myriad and Helori, Nair still didn't have much practice dealing with the complexity of Ben's mind, and given the change to it, it had become essentially unreadable to him, even without the effects of King of Sacrilege taking place. While the two other gods had an additional benefit in that they could have Ben think in some of the languages of their homeworlds to make it easier to find what they wanted to hear, he lacked that benefit as well, meaning he had no clue what the apostle was going for with the request. "The summoning spell. You know I'm trying to brute force it, but I don't have thousands of hours to spend on learning the subtleties of it, so I want to break down and use my greatest power of all: money. If I can get others to handle the testing and record the results, I can just go over them later, plus I'll have a team to bounce ideas off of. Except you aren't going to find anyone who can place their mana down as well as you can for it," Helori pointed out. "You're matching the size of the spell with your enchantments, but if someone else was to try, they'd need what? Sheets 10 times the size, maybe more? It's too much to expect from anyone. I'll still be handling that bit, I just need the rest of them to do the testing for the output. Of course, that means I'm going to need to build a pretty ridiculous facility in Stonewall to both house everything I'm building, as well as give them all a place to work, but that should be fine. Though given how much a cubic meter of diamond will weigh, I guess that also means I'll need more earth mages to help move everything around while they work. It was going to be a lot, an outrageous amount really, but it would help him fly through testing each section of the summoning spell in a way he simply couldn't by himself. If he was exceptionally lucky, he might even be able to get what would have been years of constant work down below a year, though he didn't really expect things to go quite that well. The only drawback is that there's a very real chance that all of this will be for nothing, but this is the best idea I have so far, and there's always a chance I could use them for other work after. As disappointing as it was, he couldn't just hire people to help with his goals of building Onyx a new body or learning the language hidden within the archive. The first required a level of technical skill that he didn't think an unawakened craftsman could help with, and as for the second, he wasn't going to leave a mythic item laying around like that. But not having to worry quite as much about this is already a load off my mind, so I'll take it. Nair was quiet as Ben thought, the god only speaking up after giving it some proper consideration. It's doable at least, but many I can think of would want to move their whole families. Nobody wants to be away from their loved ones in a time like this, but if we get you 24 people working for you, then that might be as many as 60 people moving to your town in total, and they'd all need to be housed. That's doable. There's a few empty ones in Stonewall, but depending on where I build the research center, I guess, I might have to have other houses built closer to it too. Providing free rooms would probably help as a draw, right? Likely. If you're already paying well and they don't need to worry about either buying or renting a place, that's just more money for them. And greed is always a handy motivator. Cool, in that case, I'll trust your opinion on anyone you can find me. All that leaves is sorting out the setup. I want it done fast so I know who I'm asking, but I really don't think I'm ready to face him. It will be fine, Ben, Myriad told him. You're going to have to see him eventually, and we've already spoken about this. There's nothing to worry about. MMH, if you say so. Either way, Nair, if you could send anyone who seems interested to Stonewall, I'll be back in a day and I'll make sure to be all set up by the time anyone would arrive. All right, I'll get on it. With that, the god disappeared, leaving Ben with the remaining two as he let himself focus on all there was for him to plan. After waking up, he and Thera ate quickly before leaving the ruins of Craftsman's Tower for the last time. It had been a convenient place to stay as they each finished up all they had to do, with both of them already being comfortable there without needing to find new accommodations, along with a gate so close by, but neither would miss it as they left and headed to Analia. The city itself felt just a little calmer as they went through the streets, each one far quieter than the days leading up to the invasion or all that immediately followed, even if it might have been too much so. A reaction to all that happened as the people shut themselves away for what measure of peace they could get before it all happened again. For Ben, he couldn't help but long for a bit more hustle and bustle around. Anything to distract him from his thoughts as they slowly made their way to Thera's family home. "It's going to be fine," she told him, taking his hand as she drove. "I know you're worried, but I've already told you that nobody blames you, Ben." "Yeah, I've heard that a lot. But hearing it is very different from actually seeing someone with any reason to feel justifiably angry." He didn't know how Abris was going to react when they saw each other, but if Ben wanted to have any construction done and fast, then he'd need to ask the Great Spirit's help. And it's not like I can avoid him forever when I'm dating his daughter. "It will be fine, just relax." He just kept telling himself that as they finally reached their destination, letting themselves in and wandering around the large building until they came across anyone. A part of him couldn't help but wish that he'd be out, that he could keep avoiding needing to actually meet Abris. But he wasn't given that bit of peace as he and Pelania were the first people they found, with the latter almost tackling him in a hug. "Mom, seriously, what the hell? How can I help it? He just keeps making us richer and richer." The Queen laughed. "You have no idea how many places are trying to buy from your father to set up gates. So long as the world doesn't go and end, then in the next few years we'll be in a very good spot on the international stage." Thera rolled her eyes as her mother moved to hug her as well, leaving him to be focused on by Abris as the Great Spirit walked up to him, giving a friendly hug and acting no different than he ever had. "It's good seeing you well, Ben," he said positively. "You weren't conscious when I found you last, but you looked rough." "Ah, well, you know how it is. Who doesn't have their mind and body destroyed every now and then on this world?" "The majority of people," Thera chimed in. "You just attract a certain level of suffering. Anyway, are Auntie and Uncle still here?" "They left for Stonewall a few days ago," Pelania said in disappointment. "It wouldn't hurt them to stay longer, you know. But both of them only ever talk about work and everything they need to do, and I really don't know when they became so boring. This is exactly why nothing interesting has happened yet." As they spoke, Ben felt something within him relax, just a little. Everything was so normal, nothing felt exceptionally off, nor was he picking up anything akin to blame or judgment going his way, letting a bit of tension leave him. "So anyway," Pelania went on, "since neither of you ever come to visit without a reason either, can I take it you're here to buy something?" "Ah, more like I'm interested in hiring Abris for a bit," he explained. "I need to have more than a few builds set up in Stonewall, and I was hoping to do it as quickly as I could, so I wanted to see if he'd come down in a couple days after I buy all of the property I'm going to need for it." "That's doable," he agreed. "How much do you need built? A house, maybe a church?" "I'm looking at maybe a couple dozen houses, an area that can be used for some large-scale storage, and also what's basically going to be a research center." The explanation got him shocked looks, neither of Thera's parents expecting he'd be looking for anything near that scale as he went on. "Oh, and I'm going to need as many of those diamond sheets I got you to set up before as possible. Like multiple tens of thousands of them." "All right, but I need to ask, what could all of this possibly be for?" "If things go well, getting a few new neighbors on world and growing the planet's collective knowledge beyond anything the gods could dream of. If they don't, then it's for burning more money than I'd ever expected to have in the first place all at once. It's going to be great. And if this fails, then I just need to figure out another idea I can use. This will be fine." At least that was what he told himself. But despite that, he couldn't help but hope that things would just work out. After their talk and a quick meal together, they went flying back home as Ben found himself getting uncomfortably used to the experience of hurtling through the air at breakneck speeds before they got back to Stonewall and took the cart through town. The mood of the place seemed to be the same mix of tense and elated that so many other lands were going through. The knowledge that the first wave ended early along with knowing that even the one day they'd experienced had been terrible was present in everyone's minds, leaving each person to focus on what side they wanted to lose themselves to. And I don't know which is worse. On the one hand, falling into despair wouldn't help anyone. Even if things were bad, each person still had to live in the time they had. But on the other, false optimism could lead to many lowering their guard at such an important time. The same thing wouldn't be happening again, it couldn't. Even ignoring the loss of life that made it possible, if Thera and a couple of the great spirits decided to pour their mana into him to attempt the same thing, he didn't think he could comfortably let himself create antimatter again. The knowledge of just how wrong that could go was still heavy in his mind. One slip-up on his part would leave him and everyone on his side of the gate dead. If I was comfortably in the void of space, that would be one thing, since there's a few ideas I wouldn't mind testing on it, but that comes with its own host of problems. Too bad too, I really would like to learn if something like earth magic could work on it, or if there really are anti-affinities of magic like Quillith proposed before. Let's put that as a bottom of the list thing to test one day. Like all the way out when I've done everything else I could conceivably do and don't feel attached to living anymore. He let the thought slip from his mind as they passed their first destination, the shop, only to find it closed. So I guess he's not working today then? Oh well, home to Sonia it is. But alas, there too was empty, an inconvenient fact given that he planned on asking either of them for some help. While he'd bought property in town before, both for the church and his house, those two things were on such a smaller scale compared to what he was thinking of doing now that he wanted to get some advice on the topic for exactly how to get it done. I wouldn't be surprised if Auntie's back at the clinic already, Thera chimed in. Since it's not that late yet, why don't we go check there next? Sure, works for me. With that, they went to stroll through the town as they went on their way, passing many as they went. There were many people out and about just living their lives despite anything, and with customers and patients they recognized. Every now and then they needed to stop to exchange a few words, simple hellos and small talk about what they'd missed since they'd left, with almost nothing having changed in the end of it all. Again, they could see hints of positivity or negativity shining through in the faces of everyone, but he was sure that was going to be there for weeks to come. It was only when they got to the clinic that they got to see true despair as the various staff ran around, dealing with the consequences of the absence of their two most powerful healers for the past month, as one saw them and yelled out, "Thera's back!" In a flash, Drari was before them, the clinic head looking at her as a long-missing hope returned to his eyes. "Thera, so nice to see you well. Hope everything went okay while you were gone. Do you think you'd be able to spare an hour right now?" The man wasted no time asking for help to relieve some of the strain they were all under, and she wasn't going to turn him down. "I can, but is Auntie not here?" "No, wouldn't she have come with you?" "Ah, we came back separately, so I was actually trying to find her. I wonder if we maybe passed them?" Ben muttered. The journey from the gate was one that took days usually, even if one paid extra for a faster journey. Considering that the two of them could bypass all of that by flying through the sky, the chances of them being ahead by a day or two was very possible. Which means I need to figure out someone else to ask for advice on this. Who else in town do I know that might be able to help? It was a short list, and he firmly landed on the guild master Cecily. Since Thera had already agreed to spare an hour or two, they parted there, agreeing to meet back up at home later as he made his way to the guild and let himself inside, seeing his favorite employee there at work. "Ankh, are things going well?" he asked, giving them a smile and getting nothing in return except a friendly tone of voice. "All things considered, I'd say so. Glad to see you're okay. Hope the point you were at wasn't too dangerous." Word hadn't spread about his involvement in the different points closing, which as far as he was concerned was nothing but a positive, even if it made talking with others about it feel just a little weird. I guess I'd say it went about as well as it could have, but anyway, is Cecily in? I needed to talk to her." "Of course. She's just in her office, so go on ahead." "Awesome, thanks." It was only as he was leaving that a small question came to his mind. one he'd wondered on more than one occasion. Ank's defining trait was their lack of a face, and he couldn't help but wonder how they experienced the world. So ever so quickly he opened his connection with them, just to see what it was like without looking at their thoughts and closing it immediately after he did. Touch. All around them, Ankh was experiencing a sense of touch the same way that he might see or some races might echolocate as he became intimately aware of the feelings of the bodies of the adventurers around them through the strange trait. And that's one question I really wish I never got answered. Okay, we're gonna pretend I didn't just find that out and move on with my day. He did his best to let the discovery fade from his minds, despite a few of them going over it again and again against his wishes, as he made his way to a room he'd been plenty of times before, giving a knock before letting himself in. "Oh, Ben, welcome back," Cecily told him, giving a small smile at a sign she could ignore the paperwork in front of her. "Is everyone else with you? Me and Thera traveled separately from Sonia and Falk, so we think we made it back first. But you're all alive then, good. So what happened?" What? Don't play dumb. I know you were all at Craftsman's Tower, and there's plenty of rumors about what happened there. You must have seen some of it, so what happened?" It seemed she wasn't asking about his own involvement in things, so he gave her the simple version, leaving out the part he played while she looked like she was getting a migraine the more he explained. "So the reason things went so well was because of a psychopath, great," she muttered. "Got any better news?" "Nope. But I do have a question I was hoping you'd help me with. If I wanted to buy an ungodly amount of land just outside of town, how would I do it? I'd also be looking to expand the town's wall to cover it too." "Why?" "'Cause I'm disgustingly rich and want to put some of that money to use. Also, I've begun to realize that there's some problems that I want to solve that could be done quicker with the help of a group compared to the one of me that exists, so I'm trying to make that happen. It's just going to take up a lot of space." He went on to explain how many houses he was looking to build, along with both the research institute and storage area he'd need to create, all to make what he wanted a reality as she listened on in disbelief. "All right. Well, either way, I'll arrange things for you. So how soon till you need the land?" "Ideally tomorrow, but you don't need to go out of your way for me. If you could just point me in the right direction, I'll get it sorted." Her eyes widened briefly when he said tomorrow, but shook her head at the rest of it. "Since I'm already acquainted with you, the mayor asked me to be a go-between if anything along these lines ever came up. So sadly, this is actually my job." "Wait, what? We have a mayor? And they don't want to meet me? Lame." "Of course we have a mayor. Who do you think handles the day-to-day logistics of the town? And they don't want to risk getting on the bad side of someone who's both an apostle and awakened skill holder. It's easier this way." "MMH. Well, if you're sure then that would be great, thanks Cecily. You can thank me by not coming in every week with a new patent to send off. We'll see how busy I am this year then, I guess." At that he went off, having gotten all he'd needed to done for the day. With nothing else, he made his way to some shops before heading back, knowing there was little to eat at home, with all of them having done their best to finish off the food they had since they'd expected to be gone for a month. So he went to resupply while Thera was working so he could have a nice meal ready by the time she was done. "Delicious as always," she told him after they ate, leaning against him as they both cleaned up. "Maybe you should open a restaurant one day if you ever retire from smithing. Or maybe not, since you'd put too many other people out of business." "Ha! I don't think I'd enjoy serving people all day. I wouldn't have the patience for it. I'd much rather just keep cooking for you like I do now. And you really do know how to say some good things." She smiled before leaning up to kiss him. "Ahem. So Ben, I notice we're alone." "We are. And that isn't likely to happen too often now that we're back." "Probably not," he agreed, seeing where this was going as he wrapped his hands around her waist. "So you should stay in my room tonight while we have some privacy. Or I could stay every night," he countered. "It's not like Sonia hasn't suggested as much herself." "MMH, I'll think about broaching the topic with her, no matter how weird it's going to be," she said, wanting to give in but only being held back by how awkward she knew the talk would end up. "But instead of worrying about that, let's dash." "I'm back," Sonia called out in a sing-song voice as the door opened, instantly killing the mood that was going on as Thera took a small step back from him so as to not be caught. "And it looks like I'm sleeping alone tonight then." Welcome back, Auntie. Thera yelled back as the two went out to greet her, finding someone else there with her. And Guild Master Cecily, what brings you here so late? Oh, just wanted to make sure she got back all right, she said with a laugh as Sonia leaned against her. We may have gone a little too hard after I found her. Neither looked steady on their feet, so it wasn't difficult to imagine what the two had been up to. Ben knew Sonia would go drink with her and Falk from time to time, but he didn't think that he'd ever actually seen her drunk before. Sonia, for her part, stumbled over to Thera, who wasn't used to seeing her aunt like that either, as the woman giggled before hugging her tight. Oh, Thera, you really are so cute, you know, she said, caressing her niece's cheeks. You always were, of course, but you've gotten even more since you've fallen in love. Auntie? I wonder if I look as cute as you do when I'm with your stupid uncle, she asked as she changed to a pout. Your stupid, dumb, idiot, dumb, stupid uncle. Did something happen, Sonia? Ben asked, seeing that something was obviously on her mind as she answered in a huff. No, nothing, 'cause nothing ever happens. I can't say how I feel after all of these years because I'm a coward, and since he's an idiot he never notices, even after spending days alone together. He cast a questioning eye to Cecily, who only shook her head. Well, since you're back, all right, I'm going to head home. Ben, make sure you stop by the guild early tomorrow, and I'll show you your property lines. Sure, will do. At that, she slipped away, though Sonia wasn't done. I really am too old for this, she complained before focusing on Ben, even with Thera still trapped in her grasp. I just want him to open up a little. He's way too closed off. Do you even know his status yet, Ben? I don't actually. Well, I do, she told him, switching to a happy grin before going back to pouting. So in that case, why won't he just open up in other ways to me? It's okay, Auntie, Thera tried to console her. You know what Uncle's like, and you have us. True, she agreed, still looking disappointed and holding Thera all the tighter. So neither of you can ever leave. Why do I feel the chances of Thera talking to her about the prospect of us sharing a room becoming slimmer and slimmer? Okay, not if I can help it. The fact that Sonia hasn't had any progress with Falk is the sort of thing that's probably super solvable, right? I help sort that out, and then I'll be able to enjoy my own bit of domestic bliss. Yeah, well, I have something that they don't. A heartfelt desire to make sure I get all of the enjoyment I can from life and a willingness to ignore certain boundaries. I am absolutely making this happen. While Thera spent the next while trying to help raise her aunt's spirits, Ben, for his part, focused on trying to figure out just how to change things between them to help create his ideal future. My head feels like it's going to explode, Sonia muttered over breakfast as Ben poured her more water. I'm never letting Cecily talk me into having that much again. Everything hurts. Thera placed a hand on her aunt, using her life magic to help get rid of the hangover, and sped up her body, taking in the water she drank as she came back to life. Much better, she sighed before leaning into her niece. Sorry about that. I didn't do anything too embarrassing, did I? Nope. No, Auntie, you were fine. If she didn't remember what happened, then neither of them was going to remind her, even if the night still hung in both of their thoughts. By the way, guys, I'll probably be home late tonight, so I won't be able to cook dinner, Ben told them. Got a bit of extra work to do. That's fine. It will let me get some practice, Thera said, giving him a smile before they all split up for the day. Ben's first stop being the guild, with Cecily waiting near the front entrance for him instead of her office, looking as bad as Sonia had right up until she'd gotten healed. All right, let's get this over with, the guild master grumbled. All of your land is at the west gate, so I'll point it out, and then no more outrageous purchases like this. Do you have any idea the reaction I got when I told them you wanted the land today? You're the best, Cecily. I appreciate your work, he told her happily, tapping his card against her own to transfer over the outrageous sum he'd just spent. But before that, let's just swing by the shop. I gotta see if the contractor I hired is out there waiting for me. Fine. Let's just get this over with. He briefly wondered about whether they should stop at the clinic first, but brushed it off. Cecily was an adult. If she wanted to, then she didn't need him suggesting it, so instead they made their way to Falk's store, finding it open with two large people already inside. The first was his teacher, the Yeti looking tired as he spoke with the hooded man before him, his form hidden away except for the large white hand placed comfortingly on Fok's shoulder. He wondered for a second if he should give them a bit of time alone, but both noticed his entry and they dropped the serious mood they'd been carrying. "Boy, I hear you're already planning something outrageous," his teacher told him with a hearty laugh that the other man, Abris, joined while Cecily winced at all of the noise. "Could the two of you have some consideration for the suffering of others?" she grumbled, making Fok laugh all the harder. "If you didn't go so overboard all of the time, then you wouldn't have to deal with it. Just go to the clinic already." "Never. If I can get hangover resistance, then it will be worth it." "How many years have you been aiming for that now?" "We aren't going to think about that. It will just make me sad." "Okay, ignoring the fact that the guild master is a victim of sunk cost fallacy, shall we go get this done?" Ben asked. "And want to come along, Fok? See firsthand just how outrageous I'm getting?" "Ah, sure boy, why not? Spending a bit of time out won't kill me." Once all of them were ready, Cecily was quick to rush them along, eager to finish up so she could enjoy the quiet of her office as soon as they were all done. The lot of them walked through town, drawing a few eyes before they got out the western gate where Cecily pointed out some marked boundaries, giving him nearly half a kilometer of space to work with. "There. That's all of the area you bought, so just give me a heads up when you're going to actually start construction and I'll let the town know." "Huh? Cecily, I wanted it today because I'm obviously starting today. Speaking of, here you go, Abris. Think you could make this happen?" He pulled out some basic floor plans from his pocket for how he wanted the new section of town to be arranged as the Great Earth Spirit glanced it all over and nodded. "It looks simple enough. Just give me a few minutes to get it done." "What?" Cecily didn't get an answer though. Before she could, Abris began, flattening and compressing each section where new roads would be before identifying the areas where houses would stand, digging out basements and separating the dirt into raw materials before recombing them as need be, building up walls and roofs for houses before working on the two biggest parts, his research center and storage room. He noticed Cecily looking shocked by it all, which he hadn't expected either. Since she was friends with both Fok and Sonia, he'd just assumed she'd known their connection to the Queen of Analia, but if that was the case then she should have understood just who was doing all of the work before her. Oh well, word was always going to spread fast about this, so what's one more surprised person? As Abris was working, he was keeping one particular base element from all of the ground he was extracting. Carbon, specifically to save him the trouble of having to materialize it himself for the next part of Ben's request, the thousands and thousands of diamond sheets he would need. "Of course, I'm going to materialize some of them," he said offhandedly. "If I pull too much from the earth itself, then I'd be killing the ecosystem around here as well, so this is still going to be pretty costly." "I always knew it would be, you know I'm good for it." "Ha, true enough, you're already throwing around a fortune at this point, so this much really is nothing." The town kept going up around their eyes until eventually it was complete, done faster than any construction team he could have hoped to hire and ready for any new occupant Nair had managed to find him. "All right, I'll just need to finish adding all of your sheets to the storage area, and then I'll head off unless there's anything else you need me to do." "I think I'm all good here, thanks Abris." "But you sure you shouldn't see your daughter while you're here?" Fok asked. "This is your first time in town after all." "Ah, I saw her only a day ago and I know she likes her space. Of course, that doesn't mean either of you should be a stranger. Swing by Analia a bit more, both of you. My wife always loves the visits, you know." Will, Ben agreed while his teacher nodded. "I'll try to make a bit more time for it. It was good seeing you, friend." Final words spoken, they parted, with Cecily looking significantly more sober as she switched between looking at both him and Fok. "So I take it that was Thera's father? Unless there's someone else in the world who can wield that level of mana." "It was," Fok said simply. I'd never bothered to think too much on her heritage. Every now and then there's people who are just born with a bit too much power, but since Sonia's a succubus that means she's half, so should I take that to mean dash? What my niece is her own business," the Yeti told her sternly. "Don't go spreading any rumors just 'cause you're feeling clever. Who do you take me for? Of course I know it's her business, it just wasn't the hardest thing to put together." Of course, Sonia will be getting a much bigger earful the next time we spar. Honestly, how many years have I known her for her to not tell me who her sister is? With that bit of extra grumbling, she walked off, leaving teacher and student to go back to the shop, ready to indulge in a day of work. Okay, talking to Falk can come later. For now, it's time to see what my new skills can do. He now had over 100 new rings enchanted with awakened skills, and he wanted to put them to use. Making so many gates had been fun, but it hadn't let him flex his creativity, and that wasn't even mentioning his goal. He was going to make a legendary item. His teacher, for his part, seemed content to let Ben do what he wanted as he focused on his own tasks. So instead, Ben got started on the first thing that came to mind as he heated up the forge, creating a long hollow tube to be filled with the most complex enchantments he could put together. The item itself was simple, suitable for a bit of practice before he let himself truly fall into his goal. But enchanting it would be an act of pushing himself as he put together one, making use of each magic ring in his possession, weaving, blending, and intertwining each strand of mana until the tool was dense with magic and it was complete in his hands. Not sure I'd say this is particularly inspired, but I'll take it. Still high ultra rare, huh? A first for me, but lower than I should be able to do. Felt weird to think like that, but it was the truth. His crafting skills were powerful and there was nobody else in the world who could enchant like him, but it was still a good start on his way to breaking down that boundary and raising his skill levels all the faster. After all, legendary items were rare for a reason. If he could make them consistently, though, he'd be in a place to change the world. Hey Falk, come watch me test the first high ultra-rare item I've ever made, he called out, pulling his teacher from his own work as the Yeti walked over. So you really did it then, boy? Congrats. Ha, thanks. But this is just a warm-up. The real show is still to come. Still, he wanted to see just how much power he'd gotten out of the tool he'd made compared to the mana it would cost. So standing as to not aim at anything else in the shop, he held it out and ran his power through it, watching as 8 feet of a powerful blue flame shot forward, creating exactly what he'd wanted to. A flamethrower. There was more to it than that, of course. The fact that the small tool it was enchanted on didn't destroy itself or his hand under its heat was due to all sorts of other enchantments as well, including the high barrier magic that he'd made sure to take from Furilla back in Analia, and the flame itself was filled with other complementary effects that would speed up the rate of death for anyone who was caught in it, as well as mind effects that would make it so the target wouldn't want to leave the moment they were hit. It was violent and beautiful and some of his best work, and he knew that he could push so much farther. His teacher let out a low whistle, clearly impressed with what he was seeing. I've got nothing to add, boy. At this point you're about as good an enchanter as me. The quality is excellent. He couldn't deny what his teacher said. It was a fact. Back when he was at his first level of divine enchanting, he hadn't believed that he'd have reached Falk's skill with only 2 more. But now here they were, all of his work paying off. It felt a little emotional, but he didn't want to show it, so instead he put the tool down in favor of getting started on his next task. Just you watch, Falk. The day's still young and there's plenty more to come. At the day's end, Ben found himself slumped over a desk, feeling every bit of his defeat. I can't believe I couldn't make a legendary item. Why couldn't I make a legendary item? I have the skill, I have the technique, and I have so many freaking skill rings to try and make it possible. How freaking big is that gap? His god meant it too. He didn't have a doubt in his mind that Ben would one day break the boundary to create a new legendary item, and from there he was bound to flood the world with them in his ongoing quest to create all he could. He and every other god Ben knew had grown aware of this fact, and he knew that there were many other crafting gods keeping an eye on his apostle for that exact same reason. Everyone wanted to see it happen. Ben, for his part, was unaware of the level of confidence that others had in the inevitability of the act, so he took his god's words for exactly what they seemed to be: motivation. Thanks, Myriad, and you're right. I'm not going to let a bit of failure keep me from achieving all of my goals. Hell, this isn't even failure. I've been consistently making high ultra-rare items all day. This is an absolute success. I just aimed a little too high when I still need to practice using my awakened skills more. Feeling in a better frame of mind, Ben sat up, catching his teacher as he was packing up and preparing to head out for the night. Hey Falk, if you don't have plans then let's grab a bite on me. There's something I want to talk to you about. Boy, if there's something on your mind, then we had all day. Yeah, but I needed to see what I was capable of today. Now that that's done, I have time for other things. Ha, I suppose I understand. Fine. Some food would do me good, and I wouldn't mind seeing the niece a bit after everything that's happened. It's a bit of a private talk. I'm aiming for Falk. Let's go to a restaurant instead. Come on. Before the Yeti could ask more, Ben was already dragging him out, forcing them through the streets until they made it to what was a reasonably empty place given the time and took their seats as they waited to order. It was only as they were left waiting for their food that Falk focused in on him again, wanting to know just what that was all leading up to. Falk, I know I don't say this enough, but I'm thankful for all you've done for me, Ben started. Even if you didn't want to at first, you've been teaching me diligently these last few years and helped me grow into the craftsman I currently am. I wouldn't have the skill I currently do without you, and the fact that it's thanks to you I met Thera is another thing I owe you a lot. You're someone incredibly important to me. He hadn't known what he'd been expecting, but it wasn't that. As Ben finished saying his piece, the Yeti could only scratch his head, not knowing how to respond, only for Ben to speak up again before he got the chance. I'm also grateful to Sonia, he went on. She's been giving me a far nicer place to stay than the inn I started at. She's treated plenty of my wounds when I've needed it, and all in all has given me nothing but stability and treated me like family. Between you, her, and Thera, you're all some of the most important people on the planet to me, so I really want to try and help her be happy. Don't you? What? Of course I do, boy. She's one of my oldest friends. Why wouldn't I want her to be happy? Then why have you been completely ignoring her feelings? His teacher just gave him a confused look, leaving Ben to mutter to himself. I know you're not that dumb. Hey, watch it, boy dash. Are you really going to tell me you don't know that Sonia is in love with you? As the words left his mouth, Falk completely froze, not sure how he was supposed to react to what Ben just said. Wait, no, you can't be serious, Ben complained. Did you really not know? How could you not know? Hold up a minute. It isn't like that, Falk said, grasping his head as he did. I'll admit, I found myself suspecting as much every now and then. But boy, I've known her for years, decades at this point. Sure, I've occasionally thought that maybe she felt something a bit more than platonic, but she's never brought it up. I've just been assuming that I wasn't reading her well. Hell, what makes you think you're right about this? It's not thinking, I am right. 100% positive. This is an open secret that literally everyone else is aware of, and honestly the fact that you really didn't know has thrown me off a bit. Ben complained as he reevaluated how he was trying to direct the conversation. So now that you know, how do you feel about her? Should I assume that since nothing's happened after all of these years, she doesn't have a chance? Is it just a matter of you two being too physically different? Because if that's the case, it's fine, but you really do need to actually talk with her. Ben was sure there were better ways to do this, but he wanted to be blunt about it. This was a one-sided affection that had gone on for years at this point. It was Falk's choice if he wasn't interested, that was fine, but Ben genuinely believed that Sonia deserved to hear it for a chance to move on with her life. She's too great to be stuck waiting on something if it's never going to happen. It was honestly the answer he'd been expecting, but surprisingly, Falk held up his hand to silence him. My kind are particularly fussed about appearance, so that has nothing to do with it, and it's not that I'd be against Sonia properly pursuing me. She's been an excellent friend over the years. I have no complaints about her. It's just what? Falk, if you would actually be willing to get involved with Sonia, then screw this dinner. Go tell her. I have a goal, boy. A goal I'm not willing to compromise on for something like romance, even if it's for someone I care about. All right then, what goal? I don't care if it's already taken you years. We'll make it happen. He'd thought this talk would be about getting Falk to properly face Sonia about her feelings for him to help them be put to rest. But if there was a way that he could get them paid off instead, then he didn't care how hard it would be. He would do all he could for it. Ben had meant what he said. He cared about the two of them. If he could work to make them happy together, then he'd do it. His teacher looked unsure at first, debating with himself long enough for their food to arrive, but eventually settled on his choice. And for the first time, Falk took out his card and handed it over to Ben, all options on it displayed for his students' eyes. Holy crap. He tried to keep the excitement from touching his face, even if it was just bubbling beneath the surface. Falk had always been so resistant to letting him know the skills he had. Now that he was bearing all, Ben didn't want him regretting that choice as he let his eyes scan over everything. There was a lot to take in too. While his teacher lacked in titles, he had as many jobs as Ben currently did, which shouldn't have been as much of a surprise as it was. He knew that the average person with a human's lifespan might expect around 5 to 8 jobs, but anyone who could cross the boundary to gain an awakened skill was always bound to have more, and Ben was under the impression that his teacher's lifespan was longer than a base human's anyway. More important than that were the skills. As the lifeblood of an enchanter, it made sense he had a lot, with many of them being fairly high in level and complementing the ones Ben was sure he thought of as his core skills, namely his smithing and magics, but there was still room to be surprised there as well. That was namely the 2 awakened skills he held. Ben knew for sure he had one, with his earthen smithing being what made him a contender, but the Yeti also had an advanced version of death magic, high death magic, and at the 7th level of that to boot. He made sure to memorize everything he was seeing, while making a note to get Falk to make him rings for each of his skills for him, before handing it back over. Alright, so what does this have to do with your goal then? I'm aiming to become a soul smith. It was a name he hadn't heard before, but he could get at least a bit of it through context. So should I assume that's what it's called if you awaken your smithing to the 3rd tier with death magic? Or would that be holding both a 3rd tier smithing along with becoming a soul mage? You got it right the first time, his teacher told him with a nod. In the history of this world, there's only been one, which isn't surprising since the soul mages have typically been trying to raise people up to create a number of different tier 3 skill holders to see what would work best. Of course, that didn't exactly go to plan since there was so much less notice for the invasion than anyone hoped, but the one we had changed the world. They're the reason we have our cards. Wait, really? It was something Ben had never stopped to question, but his teacher just nodded. Drop some blood and it links to your soul. More important though is the fact that when you reach the 3rd tier and enchanting has blended into the skill at some point or another, you're able to use a very particular, very useful enchanting spell. One that, once powered, lets the user build an enchantment that can keep creating a new enchantment to create a magic factory of sorts. Hence how the world keeps a steady supply of cards around. Ben took his own card out to look at it after he heard that. It was something he looked at all of the time, and he'd never given much thought to how it worked, but after being told that he couldn't help but wonder at the simple fact that as far as his eyes could see, there was no enchantment on it at all. It was something his teacher picked up on and gave a small chuckle as he did. The enchantment is a pretty delicate thing, and it's stuck in the middle of 2 plates that are sealed together. It would potentially be pretty hard to read if you had to see the text through the enchantments depending on the power of your mana sense after all. Interesting, Ben muttered, thinking about if it would be worth it to crack his open to see what was going on beneath the surface. It wouldn't, Falk told him, practically reading his mind. You've got plenty of connections, boy. Don't destroy your card and just ask Pelania to get you an example of one before it's sealed next time you see her. Fine, so this is your goal then? It's big, and I'm sure it's ridiculously hard, so I get why you aren't making romance a priority. How long's it been since your last level? 6 years. It's no easy task, boy, but I'm doing my best to chip away at it. Still, it might never happen, so I'll talk with Sonia. She shouldn't be wasting her life waiting for someone like me. Not so fast, Ben told him, feeling his eyes gleam. I've seen you work, Falk, you're no slouch. 6 years is plenty of time to be on the edge of getting your level, which means all that's left is tipping you over the edge. What's the best you can make? Ugh. I suppose since I've already told you this much it doesn't matter. I can make a legendary item about 2 in 3 times if I'm lucky, and maybe even the middle grade one in 50. Never high though. Well then, that makes this easy. Hope you're ready for the next few days, Falk, because we aren't sleeping. As soon as we're done here, we're going to work on designing something past what's possible for you. We're making a super weapon. Walking to the clinic, Thera watched her aunt, not seeing anything amiss. Despite how she'd acted while drunk, she seemed like her usual self, chatting with familiar faces on her way to work and exuding an overall positive atmosphere. So maybe I'm just overthinking it then? I'm sure Auntie's fine. At least that was what she told herself, but she was having trouble really believing it. For as long as she could remember, her aunt had clearly held interest in her uncle, to the point that as a child she'd even once asked if they were ever going to have kids when she was longing for a friend, getting what in hindsight seemed like a thoroughly uncomfortable explanation from her that they weren't like that, along with a separate talk from her mother giving a few more details. Could ignoring your feelings for decades really be considered fine? She loved Sonia and she wanted her aunt to be happy, and she certainly put on a happy face enough that Thera never really considered otherwise. But if all she was really doing was suppressing her feelings, I should probably talk to her, right? But how am I even supposed to talk about this? She wasn't well practiced with anything like that. But then she did have all day to try and figure it out. With Ben planning on being out late, they'd even have the perfect time for a bit of privacy in the evening. Just the two of them. Deep in the woods, Thera practiced her new magics with Aso after leaving the clinic for the day. Since her goal was raising her non-affinitied ones, she couldn't put off practicing, even with everything else she had to be working on, so she busied herself with it, expanding her senses out with her newfound empathy to take in the emotions of the creatures around her until she could sense anything large enough to be a challenge, crystallizing her mana to probe at them, not treating it like an attack, but instead an annoyance, and once it got their attention, luring them back and holding them off with her barrier while Aso went for the kills, letting the other girl get just a bit of practice with her own skills as the hours passed. I still can't believe you came back with 3 new magics. Aso sighed as she tapped at a floating spear of mana that Thera was keeping up. Genuinely, how? Ahem, I just got kind of lucky, she told her weakly, knowing it wasn't much of an explanation considering the rarity of any non-affinity branch. It's not really like I'm lying. It was lucky for me that Ben thought I could use them, so since he got me the opportunity, one need to make sure I put my all into it. She understood what he'd said at the time, as well as his reason for wanting her to get the skills, but since doing so had lost him the chance to learn plenty of new skills of his own, she needed to put her all into training it to meet his expectations, namely awakening the skills. She knew she was powerful, so she understood how useful it would be for her to get something like that, but she wanted her results fast enough to prove it was worth it. Even if it means using something like this. On her head was the circlet Ben had made her before, helping her train her skills all at once despite the general discomfort it caused to her mind. Since they were all lower level, she probably wouldn't have too much trouble raising them for the first bit at least, but she couldn't help but look forward to getting them all to the 5th level so she could just focus on her telekinesis from there. And I need to work on my life magic to finish this job, and now that I'm 1 level away from being free from it, I need to work on my charm and dark magic. And I absolutely want to be working on my earth magic too. There was so much to do and so little time to do it all before the next wave, but she wanted to try to manage it all somehow, on top of every other thing there was to do in life. She wanted to make sure she was visiting other towns to practice her life magic, and she still needed to figure out what she'd be saying to her aunt in a bit. And besides that, she pursed her lips as she activated her earth magic, trying to put a spell together and feeling it completely fail as thousands of points of mana left her without achieving anything. Thick enough in the air that Aso sensed it and looked at her curiously. Yep, I still can't materialize my mana. She didn't want to admit it to herself, but the fact that she couldn't but Ben could left her feeling jealous. Magic was her thing. Seeing him reach the pinnacle of it before she did filled her with complicated emotions that she didn't particularly like that she was feeling. I'm being dumb. I just need to ask him for some advice on it. That's another thing for the list. She knew that he'd be happy to help if she just asked, so it was just something for when she saw him next. For the time being, all she could do was focus on other things. So with that goal plain in mind, she stretched out her empathy again, looking for her next target as she came head first against the bloodlust of a monster, freezing her in her tracks. Empathy was a magic that let one feel the emotions of others or allowed the holder to force their own feelings on targets, and usually that was nothing. It was surprising to realize, but unless there was a certain stimulus to promote it, most living things felt very little at a given time, but not so for whatever she just brushed up against. I feel like I might regret this, but... She crystallized her mana and shot it off in the direction she sensed, hitting the beast that was flying above her before she could see it and luring it back, directing Aso to get ready to attack above as they saw just what was coming down on scarlet wings. A demon, its eyes full of bloodlust and madness as it locked onto them to attack. Bigger than either of them, The edge of each wing was clawed, looking ready to tear into what it could. But unfortunately for it, there was only one, letting Thera easily act as she ripped stone from the ground and entombed all but its head, trapping it. Aso, take the kill, it will be good for you. Since Thera was on a job beyond the master path, the experience she would gain would be negligible, but that wasn't true for her friend. Every bit of experience Aso could gain would be valuable to her, so she wanted her to get it. She watched patiently as the other girl held up her own staff, prepared to use the fire magic she had to finish it, only to feel herself hesitate, unable to fire her spell. Aso, Thera told her calmly, you're just feeling the sorrow, you need to be able to push past it. Try not to think, just fire the shot. Word hadn't spread about demons being part of the system beyond a mere rumor, so she advised the girl in the simplest of terms, trying to motivate her. Even if it was going to be hard, this was an important thing to be able to overcome in order to keep herself safe if there was ever an emergency. She didn't want her friend to ever be unprepared if she wasn't around. Still, the girl didn't shoot as a second ticked by, and then another until it looked like she'd resolved herself. Eyes tight shut, she fired off her spell, the effect making the beast before them scream as its face was cooked and it slowly died. Aso collapsed to her knees, hyperventilating while Thera rushed to her side, wanting to comfort her but not being able to touch her friend. Aso, look at me, you're okay, you did great. This is just a mind effect, remember that's all it is. Okay? Just take a moment and breathe. Slowly she called down, able to spit out a couple words. That really sucked. It definitely does the first few times, but it gets easier. Thera agreed, even as a tinge of worry nagged at her. The invasion points had only been open for a day, but still one had made it out near Stonewall. It was a testament to how many could get through in that time, as well as to what adventurers might have to deal with if they ran into one unprepared. Come on, that's probably enough for today, so let's head back. We should probably tell the guild about this anyway. She got home later than she'd planned, talking with the guild taking a bit longer than expected since it had been thought they might have a bit more time before there was a chance of any demons being seen. But eventually she was able to get back, finding dinner almost ready as her aunt cooked. Did your hunt go well? Sonia asked cheerfully, expecting that her niece had simply lost track of time. Ugh, kind of. I got a couple levels, but we also encountered a flying demon and also struggled a bit after we killed it, so it was kind of a mixed bag. The cheerful look on her aunt's face quickly turned to concern with the news as she let out a sigh. There's going to be a lot more of that for a while too. I'm just glad you're all right. I can handle it, don't worry. She still felt a slight effect when killing one, a wrongness to the act that nagged at her mind, but it was ignorable. Any demon seemed to feel nothing from the system effect despite the fact that they should be under it as much as anyone else, and if they were willing to kill so easily despite it, then she would do the same. I know you can, I just want you to be okay, Sonia told her as she served dinner. Still, Aso usually does gather quests alone if you aren't with her, right? You should probably have a talk with her about either finding another party to work with or not going out if you aren't around. Yeah, I guess I'll need to. Another thing to do, but at least I'll be able to knock off one right now. Auntie? Can we talk about something a little personal if you don't mind? Of course, Thera. What's on your mind? I know this is a bit personal, but can I ask, what's keeping you from talking to Uncle about your feelings? What do you mean? Sonia asked, playing dumb as Thera just stared her down. Auntie, you made it pretty obvious you aren't happy with how things are between the two of you yesterday. So why aren't you telling him? You're beautiful and a hard worker and you always treat people well. Plus you've known him for how many decades? There has to be a reason it hasn't come up. I'm never letting Cecily make me drink so much again, she muttered before focusing on her niece. Thera, you really don't need to worry about me, love. I'm fine. Obviously nothing's going to happen, so if I said something about it last night, well, that's just the drink talking. Except it's obviously not. Every time I see Mom, she won't stop asking if anything's happened yet. That reminds me, I definitely treated Pell far too lightly when I saw her, Sonia grumbled before sighing. Look, Thera, I don't think I need to tell you that your uncle is skilled, and I'm, well, not. He has his goals and ambitions, and all I do telling him is just make things different between us. If I can't stand beside him as an equal, then nothing's ever going to happen. That's really all there is to it, even if I want to. Is that it? Insecurity. She knew her uncle was powerful, with at least one awakened skill to his name, and her aunt had none. Was that really what was holding her back? A feeling of not being able to measure up? She wanted to ask more and to reassure her aunt, but it was obvious that Sonia was done with the talk as she rushed to change the topic, trying to forget what was said and enjoy their little night together, even if it kept rattling around in Thera's mind. She loved her aunt. She didn't want her feeling like that, but she had no clue what she could do. Something else I'm gonna need to get some advice on then. Falk turned with the sound of the shop door opening, seeing his niece walk in with the early rays of the sun behind her. Thera, perfect timing. Your boyfriend is pulling some weird crap, so you need to handle him. Sorry, uncle. But when he's in your shop, he's your apprentice before he's my boyfriend. Whatever this is your problem. You're both actually going to make me cry, Ben grumbled with the sounds of rapidly flipping pages. He was laying on a table, taking advantage of the vantage point to look at the 25 books open beneath him, each page rapidly flipping under the effects of his magic as one by one they were moved away, either piled up in a corner or else floated to Falk for his teacher to look at any marked passages as more books were pulled from a crate to do the same. The shop was looking more like a bookstore with just how many there were, with boxes and boxes of books having been pulled from Ben's church to let the two of them read throughout the night as they worked to create the singular idea that could potentially push his teacher over the edge. It was an application of his magic and mind skills that he hadn't considered until late into the night as they'd read, as he realized with every book that he wasn't hitting his full reading potential. Going through one at a time was fast, but the way he could both think and see the world had grown so much that he could do so much more. Hell, even with all of that, he still wasn't hitting the full potential of his minds, to the point that he couldn't help but feel just a little regret with the choices he'd made with Zandale. If he'd taken clairvoyance then, he could have potentially expanded his awareness even further, letting him read all of the more, maybe even hundreds of books at a time. But no use regretting what's already done. I didn't even consider that I might be doing something like this, so there's no point when I hadn't grasped my skill's potential. Anyway, what's up, Thera? He asked as he read. Not going to any clinics today? Maybe later. I actually was hoping to talk to you for a bit if you don't mind. Think you can take a break from whatever this is to go out with me for a bit? Sure. Fuck, you mind? Just bring me back something to eat when you do. Will do. With his teacher's agreement, the two of them left, walking down the streets in the early morning and finding a food cart not too busy, placing their orders before finding a bench to sit. So, what exactly were you two doing for you to not come home last night? Thera asked, her curiosity getting to her before she hit on the topic she really wanted to, only to learn how her and Ben's thoughts had aligned. Ah, okay, so don't be mad. Hearing that is absolutely priming me to be mad. But I decided to confront Falk about why he's been ignoring Sonia's feelings. As soon as he said it, her face leaned into him, her eyes gleaming with curiosity and anticipation in the hopes that she might get some sort of answer that could help from her aunt's perspective. And it's because he has a goal he wants to put before romance. What you walked into was me trying to help him complete it. He didn't want to go into too much detail. Falk liked his privacy, so even if it was for his teacher's niece, he wasn't going to ignore it. Still, it seemed like enough for Thera. Wait, so is this something he's wanted to do for decades then? If he hasn't managed it yet, do you think this is something he'll be able to pull off just because you're helping? It will be hard, he admitted. Maybe impossible. We're just doing some research now and still need to work out a plan. But I don't really know what other choice we have. MMH, well, maybe that will still be easier than on my end. Thera told him as she deflated. Your end. I spoke with Auntie about why she hadn't talked to him about her feelings. She sighed. I don't think she feels good enough for him. We both know my uncle is skilled, and since she hasn't awakened anything. I see. I guess any feelings of inferiority could make it all the harder. So does that mean that if Falk can't get to the third tier or Sonia doesn't awaken a skill, then neither of them will make a move? Both are hard, and Falk said what he said. But if Sonia works up the courage and puts herself forward, he might not turn her down. On the other hand, If he gets to the third tier and talks to her when she hasn't managed to awaken a skill, then that just might make her feelings even worse. Why do interpersonal relationships need to be so complicated? He groaned. Okay. I'm probably going to be pretty busy for the next week with Falk, trying to help him as much as I can. But from there I'll try and think about how I might be able to help Sonia with her confidence a bit. Thanks. This is really far from anything I know how to help with, so I'm glad you're with me. Of course. I love them too, so I've got to do what I can. No matter how hard it's going to be in both cases. She smiled and leaned against his as they ate, both thinking on just what they might be able to do as they let themselves talk about other things before they needed to part. And did anything fun happen yesterday? He asked, wanting to catch up since he'd kept himself so busy. Not sure I'd call it fun, but I worked on my new magics and had a lovely little run-in with a demon, she told him. A flying one, so I guess it was able to get out here quicker than others. Make sure you keep an eye out when you're out. Okay? I feel like you're the most likely to get randomly attacked from the skies. Will do. Absolutely don't want to end up being carried off and eaten. It was just another worry for his collection. After only a single day of the gates being open, the world still managed to be so much more dangerous. And all I can do to help is make more weapons. The fact did leave him feeling a little powerless. Sure, he could probably hold his own in a fight against one or two of them thanks to his magic, but that wouldn't be too much help in the long run against whatever they might have to face. He'd still be better off staying in his lane and focusing on making things that would help people who were actually suited to fighting, but that didn't leave him with the most satisfying of feelings. He had to live on this planet, so he wanted to do more. Well, if I help Falk design something powerful enough, then maybe that will do for playing my part. The other humans can be heroes. I'm more suited to be the helpful arms dealer in the background. Ben, Thera began, pulling him from his thoughts. There's one more thing I was hoping to talk to you about too, if you don't mind. It's just a little embarrassing. Sure, what's up? He watched her fiddle around, looking shy and uncomfortable with whatever she wanted, and seared the image into his mind as he waited for her to speak up on her thoughts. It seemed like it was a struggle for her to do it too, but she forced herself to blurt it out. I want your help with learning to materialize when you have the time. That's all? Absolutely. Why was that so hard to ask? Because getting my very talented boyfriend to give me advice on something that should be my thing feels weird, she said with a pout. Hey now, I wouldn't worry about it. I'm pretty sure materialization is actually more my thing in this case. Part of my job and core skill set means I need to have a deep understanding of materials in general. It's not something you need for typical spells, it just happens to really come in handy for that particular one. I know, but I'm jealous and I don't like it, so the sooner I manage this, the sooner I won't be anymore. She felt embarrassed to even be admitting the fact that there was any jealousy, but she didn't want it to smoldering in her and she didn't want it to be a problem, so the easiest way of managing it was just to be open. All right, you got it. Let's head back to the shop then. It will take a couple minutes, but I'll make you a few notes and we can talk about it later if you want. I should be home tonight after all. Sounds good, thanks, Ben. Of course. When they returned, he handed his teacher the food he'd brought back before grabbing a stack of loose paper and ink as he thought about everything one needed to make the spell work. When he would do it, he'd think about everything the material was at the same time to bring it into existence, but given that a normal person wouldn't be able to manage that, he assumed that simply having and understanding the knowledge in one's head would be enough. Which means what's left is deciding what material to focus on for it. As much as I'd love to get you making a magic material right off the bat, since I know less about them, trying to teach you that first would lower your chances of success, so instead we're going with something more common, iron. With that decision firmly made, he pulled out some ink and rather than writing normally, manipulated it with his magic, using the full power of his mind and skills to shape it into perfect letters and diagrams before placing it all on the page at once, repeating the process again and again as the stack of papers grew, with everything he knew along with the information that would give the needed context for certain things going down while she watched from the side. You know, I think this display of control is what I should really be being jealous of, she sighed. Ha, and I'm jealous of your raw power. The grass is always greener, right? Though I guess compared to an average mage, I'm actually pretty damn powerful right now, aren't I? He had 10 times the mana he'd come to the planet with, and he couldn't deny it felt good to use. Even if the majority of his classmates had still come with more, he liked the feeling of putting his power into practice where he could, not to mention the fact that doing something like that was more experience for both his skill and job. Maybe, but I'm pretty sure I'll be leveling that in my day-to-day life enough, and I'd rather get this done quickly so I can focus on helping Falk. As he finished an intimidating 100 sheets of dense text created, he ran to the storage room, grabbing some leather, string, and wood before cutting everything to the sizes he'd need and binding the pages within to create a book, handing it over to Thera with a smile. Here we are, everything I know about iron. If you give this a read over a couple times, then I'm sure you'll know enough to be able to materialize it before you know it. At some point, the look in her eyes had changed to pure intimidation as she flipped through the dense text, already knowing that she'd be stuck using her circlet as she read it if she wanted a chance of learning and understanding everything as she tried not to sigh. She'd asked for this and Ben had just put his all into helping her. No matter how boring it might have looked, she was going to do everything she could to make sure she could put it to use. Thanks, Ben. I'm pretty sure I'm already going to have a lot of questions about this tonight, though. And I'll absolutely help with them, so look forward to the full teacher course. She lightly chuckled as she kissed his cheek and left both him and Falk to focus on their own work, already flipping through the text as she left for the day. You sure do keep a lot on your plate. You know that, boy? Yeah, but what can I say? Life's precious. Gotta use every moment I have to the fullest. It was with that frame of mind that he opened more books as he went to read through more spells and ideas, all in an effort to get a hint of inspiration for how to help his teacher transcend the limits of his soul and awaken his skill. As nice as it is to see, I'm still having an easier time leveling up my mind skills, and it looks like plenty of jobs are giving bonuses to fine motor control. I'm not exactly sure this is the sort of inspiration I want. Falk, I have an idea, Ben sighed. In the week since they'd first started, they'd gone through so many books on so many topics, discussed potential options and tossed aside everything as either non-viable or not good enough, but he finally thought he had something that might be worth pursuing, even if he couldn't help but find it distasteful considering their history with it. I'm all ears, boy. Anything to get me out of this stack of papers and onto something a bit more exciting. They had notes and books everywhere, with the fact that the shop was a forge lost amongst them. They only made enough to replace what they were losing from the few who came in to buy something, and both made sure to work fast enough that they could go back to focusing on their main goal each time. Creating something that would push an artisanal skill to the third tier was never going to be easy, but just trying to figure out something that would let his teacher go so far beyond his limits was already pushing their mental ones. Well, the problem is that it's already pretty lightly based on someone else's work. Ibaru's super weapon. A lot of the enchantments that gave it its final effect and severity came from you, right? Design anything to do something along those lines without being so absolutely evil to pull off, and it might be enough. We'd need to solve the problem of power conversion, but I think if you push your skills enough and get enough resources, we might be able to make something happen. He watched his teacher grimace, thinking over what he'd said. He'd been as much in the dark about what Ibaru had been doing as Ben had, and left just as filled with rage to learn what his work had gone towards. But he couldn't deny that it was a line of thought worth pursuing. What are you thinking, boy? There were a load of ways that what he'd built could have been improved, all the more if he'd put my personal enchanting system into practice, and trying to do so would be perfect for you. You have enough skills that if you push yourself to use the blending aspects of my system despite your mind being, well, normal. I was actually trying to find a nice way of saying weaker, but now I'm not going to. Anyway, you should be able to blend up to 4 things at once by yourself, even if that's going to be really pushing you for all you have. And then it's a matter of both personally creating the tool they'll be on and laying everything down. Your earth magic merged with your smithing and enchanting when they awakened, right? That might make it easier for you to build everything on site, considering that no matter what you do, the weapon is going to have to be huge. Too huge, his teacher countered. Where do you think I'll be getting all of the materials for whatever we design? That might actually be the easiest part. Give me just a minute and I'm 90% sure I can sort you out for that. His teacher looked at him curiously as Ben ran to grab a piece of paper, quickly writing down a note. Dear Pelania, if you and Abu supply Falk with all of the materials he needs and help him find an invasion point that would finance his work, he'll finally talk to your sister about her feelings. Yours truly, Ben. He quickly sealed the letter shut and handed it over to his teacher. If you give this to Pelenia, she's going to be practically compelled to help you. I would be shocked if she doesn't put her all into making sure that you're well supplied. What could you possibly have over her to get her to do that much? Falk asked, looking at the letter with eyes filled with suspicion. Secret. Just hand it to her and I'm pretty sure she'll do the rest. And then she might mercilessly poke at you about what's written. But that's a you problem. All right, fine. Then all that's left is the designs. They both knew that whatever his teacher made would have to be big, outrageously so even, but that was fine. They might not be able to design something that would fire at the gate from a distance, but if they made something that would wrap around the whole of the invasion point, that was a different matter. And with the invasion point being around 200 meters across, that means about a 600-meter circumference. It's going to be outrageously huge. If Falk's really going to try and build this by himself, then it will at best take months. But if this doesn't push him past the limits of his skill, then at the very least it should pile on a mountain of experience for whatever ends up being the next attempt. As they discussed the idea, getting more and more into it, their notes turned into designs and blueprints that held the potential to give the world another third-tier skill holder. Boy, I'm not sure about this, his teacher grumbled, looking uncomfortable as Ben gave him a blank one in return. You can't seriously be feeling weird about this. I'm just bringing you back for dinner. It's not like you've never been over before. I know, it's just... The Yeti trailed off as Ben could only shake his head. Falk hadn't seen Sonia since Ben had confronted him about the state of their relationship, and it was clear he was worried about how to handle it. This entire time, anytime Sonia had shown any signs of interest beyond the purely platonic, he just brushed them off. But with Ben having made things so clear now, he didn't know how to approach it. Falk, if you're leaving in the morning, you sure as hell aren't going without saying goodbye to your very good friend and niece. Who knows how long it will be until you see either of them again. Huh? I'm just dragging you here for dinner. That's all. Fine, lead the way already. Satisfied his teacher wasn't going to run off at the last minute, Ben let them in, calling out as he did. I'm home. And I brought a guest. Who? Sonia called back before walking out to see. Oh, Falk. I wish I'd known you were coming earlier. Yeah. I got a bit of a last-minute project, so I'll be having to leave town for a couple of months. Wanted to stop by before I go. Both of them could see Sonia's face briefly fall with the news before picking back up. Falk now carrying the knowledge of what it meant. She was sad to see him go beyond the scope of their friendship. Well, I'm glad you stopped by. Do you need to leave now? Or will you maybe be joining us for dinner first? I'll stay if it's no trouble. Your food's always a treat, Sonia. His words earned him a bright smile as Sonia waved him to the kitchen, wanting to chat as she cooked as Ben made his way to the couch and let himself flop onto it, resting his eyes as he did. This has been such an exhausting week. Hey, it's for people I care about, along with myself. If things go well for them, then Thera might be a little less embarrassed about how we spend our own time together. I just want a nice, easy life. Is that so wrong? Yeah, but what can I do about Sonia? I know she's a good life mage, but pushing someone to awaken a skill is a whole other issue. And the worst part is that I think that would be the easiest option. If she's been stewing on this bit of insecurity for decades, then a few good words aren't going to fix anything. Genuinely, why is it that the prospect of trying to help Falk awaken his skills feels like the more realistic one? Even if their first attempt failed, Ben at least would be spending a lot of the time that his teacher was gone thinking about other options that might do the job. Even if he personally lacked the technical skill needed to get it done, as long as he could theorycraft for something Falk might be at the edge of pulling off, it would be worth it. And then I still need to work on my own skills, help Thera with her materialization practice, focus on all of my other big stupid projects and whatever else I need to do. Hell, why don't I just add figuring out my own world-saving weapon to the list? Might as well, given the scale of so much else I'm working on. God, I would love a vacation. Maybe I'll take one if I ever have less to do. A man's allowed hope myriad. His thoughts with his God were broken by the feeling of someone sitting on the edge of the coach and leaning against him, with Thera there, looking as exhausted as he felt. I take it that studying isn't going exceedingly well? You know, I didn't take it too seriously when Jake said it before, But you really are a smarty pants, you know that? How is it you're not only aware of so freaking much about a single metal, to the point you could put together an entire book on the topic in just a couple minutes, but also fill it with some concepts and background knowledge I didn't even know existed? The knowledge skills help, plus the need to keep my mind busy. It also helps when you've been tutored by some extra-dimensional aliens on the material properties of the universe. You should be happy you're getting some cutting-edge bits of info that I'm pretty sure nobody knew about till recently and still hasn't really spread beyond whatever think groups and organizations the Grey are talking with. But should I take it there's no luck yet? Ugh, no. I just can't seem to get the knack of it, she admitted, holding out her hand to try again, but accomplishing nothing but wasting mana. I really wish I could think with your brain. Ha, it would be nice if things were that easy, he said, trailing off as he did. Could she? There were so many skills in the world that's effects could be experienced by others. Magics were the obvious ones, but he tried to drag her into the effects of stealth when they'd first met, and his connect had always been a two-way skill, letting the target of it see into his mind as well, with that effect only being suppressed when he'd gained hidden mind. And normally you wouldn't be able to transfer mind skills to somebody, but I literally have a skill that lets me link minds with people. Who's to say that I couldn't use it to let someone else access my mind skills and knowledge? He didn't know if there was any hope of such a thing being possible, but it was more than worth the attempt. All that mattered was just how he'd go about it. Myriad told him, not trying to stop him but wanting him to be careful. Don't try it on someone I love. Gotcha. I think there's 1 or 2 people in town I might be able to practice on guilt-free if I can talk them into helping. Don't worry. I have all of dinner to think on how I want to approach this. It's too late, Myriad, my curiosity is piqued. And he already knew how he'd test to see if such a thing was even possible, even if it would need to wait. As Sonia called for them, they went to enjoy the last meal they'd be having with Falk for a long while to come. After a meal of Ben enjoying as his teacher did his best to hide his newfound awkwardness and largely failing, he and Thera said their goodbyes to Falk before running off, letting him and Sonia have a moment of privacy as they instead made their way to the Adventurers Guild, trying to find someone they knew would be there as Ben immediately locked eyes on his target. Ben, Thera, hi! Sakhel yelled as she saw them, waving them down to her sitting party. Of the two with her, Raelia gave a friendly nod as Sko did his best to keep from looking uncomfortable, the four-armed man's history with Thera clear in his mind and all the more troubling for how powerful she'd become. For her part, Thera was content to ignore him, sharing a greeting with the other two as Ben looked at them all, putting on his most winning smile as he did. Nice seeing all of you, he told them, trying to seem open and kind and not at all nefarious. That hurts so much to hear. I'm such a sweet and guiltless little guy. Semantics. So what brings you guys here? Raelia asked. It's a bit late to be taking a quest, isn't it? Unlike others, neither he nor Thera would just hang out at the guild to socialize. Ben preferred to focus on his work and Thera's personal history, with many of the adventurers kept that sort of thing from being a fun prospect for her. We actually came to find you, he told them. I have something I need a bit of help with, and I'm willing to pay well for just a bit of time. Man, they are straight up breaking my heart. He didn't need his god to say it. He could see it easily enough in their faces. It was only Sakhel who looked at him with curiosity alone. None of the open fear the other two displayed. This is why she's my favorite, gonna have to do something nice for her. The other two are looking at me like I'm a monster ready to strike. What can we do for you? Sakhel asked, already happy to help. Ben had done plenty for her and helped her party in general by giving them some of his strengthening potions. Even if he sometimes seemed to have an agenda, she at least had no qualms about doing what she could for him. I want to test the potential of one of my skills, and I was hoping to borrow Sko's brain to do it. Why me? Because I like you least. Because it admittedly might hurt a bit, but since you're a warrior, I trust you to be able to handle it, he told him. I need someone tough, just in case something goes wrong. I guarantee both of them are plenty tough, he argued, looking to his companions in the hopes that one of them might volunteer instead. I mean, as a mage, I'm a pretty backline fighter, Sakhel told him. You guys take great care of me, so I'm basically never hurt. And you're definitely better at handling pain than I am, Sko, Raelia told him, not actually believing it but not wanting to get dragged into whatever Ben had in mind. I think you're perfect to help. He could still see an intense desire to not do it in the man's eyes, but Ben spoke calmly, trying to reassure him. Listen, it's not like I'm going to force you into this if you don't want to. You help me and I'll pay you more than you'd make in a month for a couple hours of your time, so it will be worth your while. But if not, then that's that. What is it I'd be doing? Got him. I just need to practice linking up to your mind. I basically want to attempt to try and loan you some of my knowledge and thinking power by forcing some of my mind skills on you. And are you sure that's, safe? Sko, regardless of however I feel about you, I wouldn't ask if I really thought there'd be any danger, Ben told him. Like any time in life when you're trying something new, then sure. There's a bit of risk from the unknown, but I wouldn't do this if I thought it would hurt you. Ben held out his hand as the other looked at it, thinking it over. Even if Ben had been an absolute slave driver during their time together, he'd never asked anything he wouldn't do himself, and even if he could seem almost mad in the pursuit of his goals, it wasn't like he was a bad guy. Plus, it was a chance to make a lot of money all at once. What was there to lose? All right, fine, he said, taking the outstretched hand. I'll do it. Great, and I just want you to know that if by some chance things do go wrong and I destroy your brain by mistake, I'll put my fortune towards finding someone who can put it back together, or else make sure your next of kin never have to work again if things go really bad. Wait, what dash? That was all he was able to get out in his panic before Ben opened up a connection with him, exposing the other to just a bit of his mind. A bit was actually putting it mildly. He kept all but 5 hidden away, safe from causing any unwanted damage or strain, even if Sko was still left squirming as he felt them touch his own. Okay. This didn't kill me, but I don't think it's working. That's because I basically haven't started yet. This is just me using Connect. Give me a few and we'll see if this gets good. Not wanting to waste time listening to his complaints, Ben put his thought speed skills to work, pushing his minds to think about what he needed to do as he probed and experimented with the ones he wasn't keeping hidden, trying to mash them against Sko's in an attempt to make something stick. Which does not seem to really be working. Of course, chances of getting it right away were always going to be slim if this is even possible to begin with. Just gotta keep trying. He tried to make himself feel his mind skills, wanting to experience them in a realer way than he would by just letting their effects shape how he thought, only to keep running into failure as the minutes rolled by. Now that I think about it, every skill effect I know that can be shared with someone like I want to is an active skill. Maybe it can't be done with passive skills? Or maybe I'm just trying a bit too hard. My mind is too big, I need to aim smaller. Even a single one of his minds had grown to be more powerful than an average person's by a pretty significant extent. Trying to merge the entire thing into another person's was just begging for trouble. But if there was one thing he knew from the way all of his mind skills had grown in the past, it was that a single mind was not just one thing. It was composed of different parts, small strands of consciousness, and with that knowledge he worked to pull one of his minds apart. It felt strange to attempt, but the worst part of it was just how easy it was to achieve. Something he doubted he could have possibly managed before he'd awakened so many different mind skills into a monstrous new whole. It was only after a few seconds of work that he felt a single strand that made up who he was come away, still as much a part of him as any other but now slightly less bound, and he mentally reached out, wrapping it with the entirety of Sko's thoughts and feeling something click. Well, that was an unexpected side effect. He didn't need to check if it worked, he could tell it had by reading Sko's mind. It had instantly gotten a small boost of power, and the knowledge Ben wanted it to contain was slowly making its way through. The more important thing was how it was affecting his test subject, though, with Sko seeming mostly fine. There was a slight bit of disorientation from the change in his mind, but it was nothing compared to what Ben would constantly go through, which meant as far as he was concerned it was ignorable. Which means all that's left is to push it a bit farther. Wait, maybe we dash. Before he could get out another word in protest, though, Ben continued on, wrapping more and more of his thoughts into Sko's, building up the man's mental power, even if he looked queasier and queasier with each little change. This is getting interesting. Hey Sko, I can't help but notice you don't have the calculate skill, but I assume you can at least do basic math, right? Like, you know how to multiply. I'm not fast, but yeah, I can do it. Cool. What's 21 times 18? 378? Correct. For 15 by 86. 35,690. He looked confused as he answered it, surprised by the feeling of the numbers coming together so easily in his head as Ben asked a few more times before nodding. Excellent, sit tight because I'm still looking to get a couple hours out of you. I just need to do something quick. Sure. He unraveled his mind from SCOs as the others looked on with mild concern about what had just happened. Not that Ben cared. Getting a skill that helped him with the very thing he'd set out to accomplish was already more than he'd ever hoped to achieve. But now he wanted to push farther, he wanted to level it, and to do that he'd need practice. So with that goal in place, he went up to Ankh as they worked to see if he could make it happen. Ankh, I have a very important question for you. Would it be cool if I just grab everyone's attention to try and hire them for some help for an hour or two? Or would that be against some guild policy? There's no specific rules about that sort of thing, so it should be fine. Excellent, thanks. With agreement given, he jumped up onto the counter, shocking Ankh and instantly getting the attention of the people around him like he'd hoped as he surveyed the guild. There were about a little over a dozen people in it mingling, more if he could drag any of the staff into helping him too, and he couldn't suppress a grin. With the current state of his mind, the ability to speed up his thoughts, and his past mind jobs to help, he'd be getting at least one more level that night as he opened his mouth. Guild staff and adventurers of Stonewall, how would you all like to make some money? In the guild, Thera alone was looking good as the only person who hadn't taken Ben's offer. Everyone else couldn't hide their mildly nauseous looks as he built up their minds with his own, while he had sweat dripping down his brow from trying to maintain it. Taking apart a single one of his minds was one thing, with all of the ones in his head it was barely even noticeable, but doing one for each person was something different, and then moving on to 2, and then 3 after where he reached his limits. As everyone else was experiencing a boost to their thinking power incomparable to anything they'd had in the past, while he was doing it he was losing a not insignificant amount of what he had. Course, not insignificant for me and not insignificant for anyone else are two very different things. One of the many hundreds of spare minds, he still couldn't help but think. Even if it still does feel a little weird. Still, he pushed himself, wanting every level he could get in the short amount of time he had as he pushed himself to break down another mind, weaving it into the growing thoughts of others until a notification went off in his head. And I'm all the way up to level 2 already. Life is good. Expecting that would be as high as he'd be able to get without far too many more hours of practice. He slowly removed the strands of his mind from the people standing around him, each one putting on a look of relief despite the loss in thinking power. The average person just didn't seem to enjoy changes to the fundamental ways they would experience the world. But that's their loss. Something about that feels like an insult, but I'm not quite sure what. With his levels gained and attempt done though, he spent the next few minutes going around and tapping cards, transferring the funds he promised to all of those who helped him practice as everyone looked just a little relieved it was done, even if the money made it plenty worth it. Ending with transferring funds to SCO, Sakhel and Raelia, the last two giving in to help after seeing that their teammate was basically fine. Ben then focused on Thera, holding out his hand. Well, ready to give it a try? MMH, just not in here, I don't want to draw any attention to this. She seemed like she still needed to psych herself up for letting Ben use his new skill on her too. So he gave her a moment as he felt curious eyes on him from the other party. So just what was the point of all of this? Raelia asked him, wanting to know where such a strange skill could possibly be leading. Just a little experiment to see if I can help Thera with a spell by doing this. Getting a skill out of it was just a bonus for me. Satchel's eyes lit up hearing that. Can we watch to see if it works? He personally didn't care, but it was Thera's choice as all eyes fell on her while she sighed. If it works, just don't go talking about it. Okay? They got a round of nods before they all eventually went out, finding themselves in far darker streets than when they'd gone in as Ben took her hand, not needing to but still being used to the feeling of it as he connected to her and put his new skill to use. He tried to force 3 of his minds to contain the harder things to understand about iron as he took them apart, wrapping each bit through Thera's to increase the power of her thoughts as she dealt with it better than most. Having had the benefit of all of her practice with the circlets Ben had made in the past few weeks while her mind was being filled with knowledge on the metal, both what she personally had, along with what she was getting from Ben. It wasn't exactly a good feeling, but it was a useful one as information clicked in a way it never had before, everything falling into place as she let her mana flow through her, letting it take shape as in a snap it changed from raw power to solid matter, a boulder of it appearing on the ground before them. Without her having to say it, Ben could hear the notification going off in Thera's mind. A new level of her spiritual earth magic to her name as the three with him watched in shock. So that's the power of an awakened skill holder, huh? Raelia muttered while Sakhel had her own thoughts. I'm so jealous. It was an understandable feeling. That was a level of power normal people just couldn't achieve. It needed the ultimate combination of strength, power, and knowledge, all put together to force mana to match one's will. It's hard enough that even with me giving a bit of brain power it got Thera a level 2. Sorry Sakhel, but wait. With the way ideas were exploding across his mind, trying to connect with each other and expand based on information he had, it wasn't surprising he just got a level to his new skill, but he didn't care. He needed to get home and talk to his god. Well, it's late so we need to head out. Hope the show was interesting. Thanks for your help. I'll see you all tomorrow, he told them, taking Thera's hand in a rush to get home and in bed as the three of them were left standing at the guild with the hunk of metal, still stunned by what they'd seen, even if they slowly managed to free their minds from that enough to wonder why they'd be seeing him again so soon. Myriad, whatever you're doing, stop. And oh hey Hellori, glad you're here too actually. I have an idea. A crazy idea. One I need you both to tell me if it would even be possible. Neither god could figure out what it was from his thoughts, every mind in his head seeming to want to move in a million different directions at once with the feeling that they might even tear themselves apart if he didn't get them under control, but Ben didn't care. As far as he was concerned, this wasn't an idea that deserved only a single level of lesser inspiration. This was something that should have catapulted him to the far end of awakening it. If I can make this work, then I can solve a bunch of problems at once. I can help with Sonia's insecurities, I can get Sakhel so thoroughly in my debt I could probably talk her into killing for me if I wanted to, and I could improve the chances of keeping the world I'm on from ending in a big way. And all it will take is the medium-ish risk of me dying. I feel like I just heard something about getting Sakhel to kill for you somewhere in there, Myriad muttered, doing his best to parse out his apostle's thoughts. You were probably just hearing things. Anyway guys, I have a few questions for you. First and most importantly, what's the lowest level a person can materialize at? Usually you'd need to be well into the middle region of your awakened skill, Ben, you're just an outlier, his god told him. Okay. And that's nice and all, but that wasn't what I was asking. What is the lowest anyone has ever gone with it? To my knowledge, there's been one case of an 8th level Earth mage managing to do it. Hellori spoke, curious about where this was going. He chose iron like you did for Thera, but he had to spend years of his life studying it to make sure he knew enough, along with practicing constantly to raise his mana before he could succeed. It really was an impressive level of single-minded dedication to a goal. It was a higher level than Ben had hoped to hear, but he was still willing to take it. And how did that pay off for him? He asked, even if he was sure he could guess from all he knew about magic and skills. He awakened it. Of course he did, she told him. Materializing isn't something so easy, you know. There's a reason that most people can't, and that the majority who can are midway through an awakened skill. Honestly, it's impressive enough that you were able to do it to awaken your own magic at the 9th level. That isn't some simple task. Yeah, that's about what I expected. It was a goal hard enough that it even let the person who did it bypass the 9th level. A truly shocking achievement that was worth all of the effort that must have gone into it. It was the sort of thing that deserved to force a skill to awaken, and he was already thinking of how to exploit that. Alright, next question, this one for Myriad. What levels are Satchel's magics? Ben, I know you know that most people consider that private information. Myriad, tell me, and if I can do what I'm thinking, then Sakhel will love you forever, and if I'm wrong I won't tell anyone. Or I'll ask her myself later and pretend that it's my first time hearing it. Do you really think she wouldn't tell me if I asked? Ugh. Fine, you're right, she'd probably let you know anyway. It's 6s all around. Wait, that's it. Most people aren't you, you absolute monster. Leveling skills is hard, and being at the 6th level in 3 magics at such a young age is honestly exceptionally commendable. Okay, you're right, I was just hoping she'd be at the 7th or 8th. In that case, if we were to try and push her magics to awakening, What's the lowest level any of them could be so she would still end up with plant magic? 5, same as getting non-affinitied magic, Hellori told him, thinking she could see where this was going. But that's not going to work, Ben. Even if you get her earth magic to the 8th level and try to use your mind to help her materialize something, she'll likely just end up with an awakened earth magic instead. If you want her to awaken to plant magic, you need to be using powerful plant spells. Hellori, you're talking to your brilliant, incredible, genius student over here. You think I don't know that? I have a slightly different idea I'm going to be putting into practice. It's just going to take a ridiculous level of study on my part and some serious help from you guys. If she needs to use all of her magics in tandem to make it possible, then I'm going to force her to materialize something that would use her earth, water, and life together. I'm going to force her to materialize a plant. Both gods looked at him blankly, thinking they'd misheard his assertion at first, but knowing he was sure of himself from the look on his face. Both wanted to tell him that it was obviously impossible, but the words got caught in their throats. They were talking to a mortal who had materialized antimatter with non-affinitied mana, something most gods didn't even know could be used for such a spell. Ben had become someone that the word impossible couldn't be said to so lightly, so instead they focused on the practical aspect of it. Trying to create an entire plant from raw mana is going to be an insanely expensive mana cost, Hellori told him. Ignoring how absolutely insane the idea is, there isn't going to be many mortals who could handle it, especially not Myriad's oracle. Oh darn, you're right, he said sarcastically. If only there was someone who could share mana between people. Wouldn't that be great? Ah, so you plan on taking advantage of Thera for the mana cost and yourself for the knowledge, meaning the burden would only be for her skills, Myriad said in understanding as he thought over the prospect. I can't say how it would turn out since nobody's ever tried it before, but his god trailed off, thinking about the implications of if it worked. If his apostle could pull such a thing off, what it could mean would go far beyond that of Sakhel alone. Anyway, I have a few ideas that would make it easier too, Ben told them. I say plant, but really what I'm thinking of having her try and materialize is a seed. Hellori, I know you came from a pretty normal world. How deeply do you understand the structure of any of the ones from your planet? Or from this one for that matter? Why do I feel like that was a poke at my world? Myriad grumbled as both of them ignored him. Not to the level you'd need, she explained. While uplifting one species to make into believers is one thing, not many gods would memorize the structure of any random plant in the world. This is something you'll need to ask a nature god for help with. Okay, not great, but it just so happens I've met one of those before. Any chance I could get one of you to ask Jagal if she'd know and would be willing to help? Assuming she didn't form any bad opinions about me. I don't think she has. Hellori, sorry, but could I trouble you to? Sure. Give me a minute. The goddess vanished with the request, leaving the two of them alone as Myriad looked into Ben. So do you really think this will work? I mean, it's a gamble, but there's other ways to raise the odds. The soul mages can supposedly help with raising skills, right? I'm sure we could get them around for the attempt too. True. And there'd be other benefits to having them around while you try. He could feel Ben looking at him, so he went on, sating his apostle's curiosity. There's a spell that soul mages are able to use, one that doesn't see much practice because of how hard it is to successfully plan on when a skill will awaken, but a soul mage can raise the amount attributes grow with awakening. Wait, are you serious? It's only by an additional 10% of what the normal bonus would be, but since we have 2 soul mages on world, we could potentially get that higher. It would be worth the attempt. His mind couldn't help but flash to the fact that Yuzu had been right there when he'd first awakened his crafting, but shook the thought from his head. He hadn't known his skill would awaken at the time. There was no chance he could have gotten whatever spell that was placed on him. And now my awakening bonuses are so low there's not much point in trying to get them again. Oh well. As he tried to push away his regret over what could have been, Hellori returned with Jagal by her side, the nature goddess looking mildly amused by whatever explanation she'd been given. Well, Myriad, I hear your mad apostle has quite the proposal. Definitely never going to get used to hearing that, Ben grumbled before focusing on her. But yes, I do. Jagal, Is there any chance you could help me study the structure of whatever the simplest seed you're aware of is? Doesn't matter if it's from this world or your last. I just need it to be as easy as possible to memorize its makeup. He knew that this was still going to be on the edge of what was possible for him. What he was thinking of trying to have Sakhel create wasn't some uniform group of atoms or a compound of them, but a complex structure that would have to be able to grow into something even greater, something truly alive. He wanted it to be small to limit the amount of individual cells that could be in it, but that still meant he'd need to memorize its genetic code, a task that would be maddening if not for the fact that he had his unnatural mind to aid him, along with both his plant and biology knowledge. Jagal, for her part, seemed to think on it, still looking amused as she did. Well, while I don't particularly mind helping, this does seem like the sort of thing that's going to be wasting a lot of my time when the chances of a payoff seem so slim, she told him. So what exactly makes it worth my while? Okay, that's fair. If this works, then I'll help any of your 8th level low plant mages awaken the same way. Even if it's not guaranteed to work, if it does, then we're talking about you getting a bunch of awakened believers with a skill that would help ensure the continuation of their species. Wouldn't that be worth it? She seemed to think on it for only a moment before nodding and giving in. I suppose that's a worthy trade that would make it worth any lost time. In that case, let's begin now. She held out her hand as a small dot above it appeared, slowly growing in scale until it was bigger than him as she began to speak. The seed of a 10th bush from my home world. A 20th of a millimeter in size with only 98 true cells within it before it starts to grow, each one with their own mechanisms as complex as what you'd expect from any plant. I might be able to alter its nature to make it slightly simpler while still being viable, but this is about as easy as it's going to get, and I still think it's going to be outrageous for a typical mortal to try and memorize in a way that would let it be materialized. Are you sure you want to keep going? I won't shame you if you choose to quit now. It was a tempting option. It already felt like it was going to be an overwhelming level of work, but Ben wasn't going to give in. This felt like something that had potential. Even if it was hard, he wanted to see it through to the end. I'm not your typical mortal, so teach away. I'm going to make this happen. He couldn't see the look of anticipation on the goddess's face. Anything irrelevant was quickly ignored as everything that he had was focused on the structure before him as his minds pushed themselves and his thought speed skills went to their limits, wanting to take in everything they could with the time they had so he could get to the more exciting part of trying to make that impossible goal a reality.